Covering? No, right.
Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, distinguished researchers, and my dear colleagues, welcome to the Pioneer Exeed Research Symposium 2023. I, Maria Monica, Associate Head of Quality and Compliance, will be the host for the first segment of this thought-provoking and intellectually stimulating research event. Today we have gathered here to witness the power of knowledge, innovation, and collaboration in the field of research. This symposium aims to provide a platform for researchers from various disciplines to come together and share their findings and inspire each other with their remarkable work. Before we begin with the proceedings, I'd like to mention a few guidelines to ensure that this event is carried out with highest standards of decorum and discipline that are expected of attendees. Kindly be cognizant of the guidelines. I request all the attendees to keep their phones in silent mode throughout the order of symposium, as this will minimize disruptions and allow everyone to focus on the presentations and discussions. Lunch will be served at noon 1:45 p.m. Utilize this platform to network and engage in conversation with dignitaries, research scholars, and fellow attendees. This event is live streamed. Appreciate if you could share the link with your social circle. If you require any assistance during the event or the link of live streaming, do not hesitate to reach out to our ushers. Kindly ensure to hashtag Exeed College onto the social media platforms while you post your pictures and videos of today's event. There will be an official photo session post-valedictory. Request the dignitaries and the participants to stay back for the same. It is my privilege to invite the panel of dignitaries for today's much-awaited research symposium. Please put your hands together as I welcome them onto the dais, one by one. First up, Executive Director, Academics, Westwood Education Group, Professor, Retired Colonel Anil Ahluwalia. Dean, Academics and Student Affairs, Exeed College, Westwood Education Group, Dr. Vivek Mohan. Dean, Acacia University, Arizona, USA, Dr. Fumutsai Robert Machera. Chief Insight and Strategy Officer, Insight, Middle East and Africa, Ms. Victoria Zagorski. Vice President, Business Development, Acacia University, Arizona, Dr. Maury Bond. Vice President, International Research and Enterprise, Dr. Bahrullah Safi. Associate Dean, Teacher Education, Exeed College, Ms. Poonam Hariani. Chawla. A hearty welcome to the dignitaries. Exeed College, envisioned in 2016, is a prestigious enterprise of Westwood Education Group, providing top-rated online and part-time academic programs. A world-class education management provider based in the UAE, Exeed College research collaborations in higher education at the doctoral and master's level in the field of business management, teacher education, data science, and computer engineering are aimed at fostering cooperation, promotion of knowledge exchange, and advancing research in innovation in various specializations with a pool of resources, research facilities, and funding, enabling the stakeholders to undertake more ambitious and comprehensive projects. Exeed's network and partnerships provide opportunities for researchers to network with peers, industry professionals, and potential collaborators, often focusing on addressing practical challenges and developing solutions that can be implemented in the global horizon through joint publications and career advancement. This research symposium is designed to encourage fruitful discussions and pave the way for future research breakthroughs. With that note, I move on to the order of proceedings and invite Dr. Vivek Mohan for the welcome address. Put your hands together and welcome Dr. Vivek Mohan.
Ladies and gents, the amazing research scholars who have joined us for the symposium here, and my fellow panelists, and all the other Exeedians out here, a pleasant morning to you all. It is with great pride and excitement that I stand before you here today in this amazing research symposium. The reason why I say pride is because our research journey began in 2021, late 2021, 2022, last year. Even though we were delivering business management and teacher education programs and masters and so on and so forth with universities and awarding bodies from around the world, we didn't have a research specific program. This is where we started the doctorate programs. So we currently have 3 doctorate programs. One is with the Catholic University of Murcia, Spain, or UCAM, and then we have a doctorate with City University, Malaysia, and then now we have a doctorate in education with UCAM, Spain. And the matter of excitement because we started in 2022, and it is my pleasure to announce that over the past 13 months, now we have 225 active doctoral candidates. So that is a testament to our vision for research. So let me share our vision for research. Our vision for research has always been enterprising, or the word enterprise. So what we have tried to do is to have working professionals like all of you guys engage in research and then create ideas that drive innovation and change. This is the whole point of enterprising and creating enterprising research ideas. So this is what we have in the contemporary, the modern business world. This is what Elon Musk did to create SpaceX and cheap rockets. This is what Jeff Bezos did. So research is about seeking evidence. So we believe that research is not about seeking the truth. It is about research is about seeking evidence. And once you seek evidence, then you develop your research, whatever you do with data and philosophy, so on and so forth. You take the research output and create ideas that drive innovation and change. So this has been our vision for research. And this doctoral symposium, let me tell you, is the first of its kind, because after starting the research specific programs, we wanted to conduct the first doctoral symposium. And what we plan on doing is to publish the proceedings of student papers in journals, so that your papers will be available to the site in Google Scholar and all the other platforms. So this is just a beginning, I would like to say, of achieving the larger vision that Exeed has, which is to provide accessible, accredited, and flexible education around the globe. So currently we are at 73 countries and counting. So we hope, with this research symposium, this is just a small step towards achieving that vision of Exeed College. Right. So as part of my welcome speech, I have the opportunity to introduce my fellow panelists out here. I would like to I'd like to say that the panel today is a global panel because of the fact that, as you can see, there's a lot of diversity. The panel is from 5 different countries, so to speak. So I'd like to introduce the panel. First off, I'll start with the Indians in the panel. I did some research and I was shocked that as of now, the Indian population makes up 17% of the world population. So if you take 6 people, there will be 1 Indian. This is the standard. So it's not, it's not a surprise that when you create a panel, the majority will be Indians. So first off, I'd like to introduce Professor Retired Colonel Anil Ahluwalia. Anil is, what can I say? Anil has had a life filled with achievements. He started out in the armed forces. He commanded one of the largest battalions. He retired as a colonel. So for most of us, that itself is what we do in a lifetime. But Anil didn't stop there. He went on to become the head of HR for several organizations in the Middle East. Currently, he is the academic director of the entire Western Education Group. Anil is also the chair of our panel today. But even after all these achievements, Anil remains to stay humble and play golf most of the time. I'd like to move on to the next Indian in the panel, Ms. Poonam Hiriyani. Ms. Poonam is the Associate Dean of Teacher Education at Exeed College. Teacher Education is the largest, we deliver one of the largest portfolios of teacher education programs, as many of you guys are aware, in the entire Middle East, and Poonam heads that portfolio. Poonam is an established leader, a champion researcher, having published and presented papers around the globe. Poonam has also had various leadership positions in institutions in the Middle East. Poonam was one among the first lot to break, the so-called glass ceiling when it comes to leadership in the Middle East during the late 90s and probably early 21st century. Sorry, but I didn't want to hint out anything about your age or but it's just that Poonam is quite experienced and is a champion researcher. So give it up for Ms. Poonam. So up next is my colleague, Dr. Bhavna Chawla. Dr. Bhavna Chawla is the Vice President of Business and Admissions at Exeed College. Bhavna Chawla is also an established researcher. She's championed several businesses in the past. In fact, in 2021, Bhavna led a team to a profitability of 120%, which is sort of, so to speak, a record in itself. So she's an established, leader, experienced in leading high-performance teams, making use of several though not that much active in academic research now, Bhavna still is quite, prefers to be active in research with, data on shopping from the Middle East, apart from, making it one of her hobbies. So give it up for Dr. Bhavna Chowdhury. I'd like to move on to, the other countries. So we have 4 other countries now. Dr. Maury Bond from the United States of America. So Dr. Maury Bond is a man of action, like James Bond. Dr. Maury has honed several leadership positions in universities and colleges in the US. He was the Vice Chancellor of a couple of universities in the US. He is an incredible researcher with a passion for business. He's been around in the UAE for a while now. He was associated with the United Arab Emirates University before. Currently, Dr. Maury is the Vice President of Business in Acacia University, Arizona. So I like to think of Maury as being warm and fiery, just like fiery about and passionate about what he does. Just like one of the best things that comes out of Kentucky, where he's from. Any guesses? Oh, I was hoping you would say Jack Daniels. Dr. Maury Bond, everyone. And we have Dr. Baharul Asafi. Dr. Safi is from Afghanistan. Dr. Safi was the Vice Chancellor of the university in Afghanistan. Dr. Safi is quite experienced in driving business. Currently, he is the Vice President of Acacia University based in Arizona. Acacia University is part of Western Education Group now. He acquired the university in 2019. Dr. Safi did most of his, I understand, his schooling and all of that in India, right? So you can't take Indians out of the game. So ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Safi. And now I'd like to introduce 2 keynote speakers for the day. The first keynote speaker is Ms. Victoria Zagorski. Ms. Victoria is one among the top 50 fintech influencers. She was recognized as one among the top 50 fintech influencers. She's worked in, she started a career in Citibank, and she is currently the Chief Insight Officer of Insights Middle East and Africa. She's a champion in artificial intelligence. AI is one of the themes for this research symposium, along with sustainability and a couple of other themes. So, Ms. Victoria is a champion in AI and fintech, and we hope that Ms. Victoria is able to provide valuable insights into the contemporary shape of artificial intelligence. Ladies and gentlemen, Victoria Zagorski. And we have the other keynote speaker, the next keynote speaker, Dr. Robert Machera. Dr. Robert is one of our visiting professors. He is the Dean of School of Business, Acacia University, Arizona. Dr. Robert is from Namibia, so that makes it the 5th country. Dr. Robert has nothing to do with India. Dr. Robert is an established researcher. I mean, you can't put it in words. The amount of research Dr. Robert has done during his career. He's published books, papers, journals, articles. He's gone around the world and presented his research. He is an absolute champion of research. Sometimes I feel that Dr. Robert's credentials and his publications put together, you can itself write a literature review on that. He's got so many publications, and so there is no need of further introductions. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Robert Machera. I'd like to take this opportunity to welcome our research scholars. So being a research scholar is something that that will last with you as an individual during a lifetime, because you contribute to knowledge and you find out things and you find out information and you make use of relevant data. So being a research scholar is something that should give all of us a lot of pride. And as I was mentioning about the number of doctoral candidates we have selected 8 to 9 presentations out of the entire lot submitted for presentation here at the doctoral symposium. These are the papers that we'll be putting forward for the conference proceedings as publications. So I'd like to welcome all the research scholars today. Big round of applause to all the research scholars. And last but not the least, I'd like to welcome all the Exeedians. This is a proud day for Exeedians because we managed to pull off our first doctoral symposium. But I'm sure that this is just a small, the first step towards bigger and greater things as Exeedians. So now, just to close off my speech here, Socrates said that I am the wisest man in the world because I know that I know nothing. So it is the understanding and realization that our research is just a speck in the wider spectrum of knowledge or body of knowledge that makes a researcher great. I hope that all our research contributions, our research contributes to existing knowledge and helps us drive innovation and change for the betterment of mankind. Have a great day, and may the force stay with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Vivek, for introducing the panel and welcoming the gathering. The best way to predict the future is to create it. Research is to create new knowledge. To remind that, I welcome Professor Retired Colonel Anil Ahluwalia for his commencement message.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Very warm welcome to our panelists as well as the research scholars, the staff of Exeed, the Exeedians who have come here, and all others who are present over here. So I was just sitting. I just like to tell some stories. So I was just thinking that when we started this Westport education group and with our college initially, so we started with just one small course, and of course today it's been a good journey. That in the last decade or over a decade that we've evolved and gone a little distance. But it also reminded me of the first time we did actually something called a research colloquium in 2015, sometime for a master's students. And since then it's come a long way, in terms of every year we are conducting a lot of these research symposiums and something to do with research. And now with our doctoral programs, it's becoming very popular. Exeed College, I know for sure is, I see a lot of passion there. And when you have the passion, that's where also you get the achievements, you get the results that you desire and you want. And I would say these kind of days are days of reckoning, which are always going to leave a kind of an indelible impression on your mind. You're never going to forget it. You'll always remember these days, special days, when all this happened. And well, research work, as we all know, it's all about knowledge, and as Vivek says, is also about gathering the evidence. And it doesn't matter even if you fail a number of times. Most of the researchers are failing a number of times. Failure is only the next stepping stone to your success that is coming later on, or where you leave someone else will take on from. Remember, it's all about this ocean is vast and so big, but all of us over here are going to be contributors. Even if it's a drop in the ocean, a contributor. And that's how the ocean became an ocean. And, I was just thinking about it in the morning only. Last year, Vivek gave me a very nice book to read. I like to read, so he gave me a book called Sapiens. So I was reading that book and, when the earth was born 4.5 billion years ago, and how evolution occurred, and then, from single cell, and then animals or monkey and apes, evolution occurred, and eventually, the humanity that we are, living in today's era. And it kept me thinking that, if you see all these connections, it was a lot of collaboration, innovation, creativity, a lot of research work gone into it. Maybe not in the formal ways in the older days, but definitely some sort of knowledge acquisition, getting into learning something new, and then showing the evidence, of course, that is working or not working, someone else takes over, like I said. And that also kept me thinking that, the nearest history that I could think about was maybe 32,000 years ago when the Paleolithic age was there. At that time, humans, we were just hunters. And we used to hunt, and that was a living, the whole earth was a home. We could go anywhere. It's not that now 1 square foot costs so many thousands of dollars or whatever. I mean, we could go anywhere and plonk ourselves anywhere. And so, of course, whatever feed they got, but it was not very efficient. So then they started forming groups. I'm sure some sort of a research went into that, some sort of a teamwork went into that, some collaboration went into it. Things started improving. Their hunting capabilities improved. Then came the agrarian age, the agriculture came in. So again, a lot of research, not in the formal way that we do now, but I'm sure in an informal way went on, and things started, the evolution kept on occurring. And even if you see what happened now, just of course we don't want to go down the history line, but if you just see what happened maybe 1,000 years back, the trade had started, and a lot of research done between countries, sailing, doing, exchanging goods. Money came in. Or if you just go very recently, and very recently I mean it's just 170 years back, 180 years back when the Industrial Revolution came on. And that was the time when the machines came on. I'm sure a lot of research done over there at that time. And it became easier for people to, of course, now work. The efficiency increased everything. And then, of course, the aircraft came in. Edison, of course, made the bulb. The electricity came in. Edison failed about 1,000 times, I understand. But he never gave up. And that's what it's all about. Research is collaboration. It's innovation. Like I said, it's creativity. And we are all contributors towards it. And as we went down, of course, in the very recent past, just 75 years ago, of course, we had the world wars occurring a century back, the World War I and the World War II, and just after that came that very important aspect in terms of the industry started building up. And that's when the quality assurance came in. Initially, just the statistical procedure was there to understand quality assurance, but now I'm sure as researchers you'll be using a lot of these techniques to analyze the data, to give that evidence that we are talking about in terms of your research problems, the statements that you're making. So, and if you see the graph now is going exponential. 50, 60, the transistors came in. It was a big thing over that time. And in the 70s and the 80s, the computers came in. Then the internet came in. Of course, in the 90s, mid-90s, but then in the last 20 years, we've seen the growth. And now we are on the anvil of another major change, and that's the AI. We have some esteemed panelists here, and a lot of you, I'm sure, who are into this particular domain in terms of. So, what I want to tell you is that research is a continuous process. Of course, as research scholars, you're at that kind of a level that, let me put it like this, that you've got an opportunity. Not many get that opportunity. One of the winter days in Dubai, I stay here only, I was just sitting outside on my balcony, and I observed there was a gardener there. He comes and very diligently he was doing his job. He does his job very diligently. And I was wondering what's the difference, between I'm sipping a cup of tea on that time Friday morning, Friday was a holiday, and and this guy is working. And the only difference I could think of was that I got the opportunity, and a lot of us got that opportunity, to acquire the knowledge and the skills in terms of whatever we did, in terms of the formal education that we did. But then I did some more research. It was just about, I think, less than 7% of some who go into schools and colleges. A further research, the postgraduate graduations that we do, higher level of skills acquisition, or maybe just 2 or 3%. Doing a doctoral, maybe less than 1%. I mean, that's the kind of privilege, that's the kind of opportunity that all of us over here are in. And that's what we got to utilize. And also if you go into the, I'm a big believer in the laws of probability. Everything I feel it's to do with a lot of laws of probability. Even for us to be born as a human being, the probability is maybe 1 in a trillion. And look at the cosmos, it's infinite. I mean. So we were so lucky to be born as humans, and we were so lucky to be born, and we got that opportunity that where we could upskill ourselves, and now we are at that hill. This is what we call the echelon on the top level, where as formal researchers, a lot of you will be contributing to this vast ocean which is there. So this is something I think we got to always keep within ourselves in terms of contributions as well as sharing. It's all about collaboration, like I said. It's not about us. And the more you acquire, remember, the less you're going to know. What Vivek just pointed out, Aristotle said he knows nothing. There's so much to it. In your lifetime you can never achieve it. So even in your research work, you'll think you're narrowing down to a very specific field that you're trying to research upon. Maybe when we started initially, we used to very broadly do a lot of things. And that's the kind of an opportunity, like I said, all of us have got, and we got to utilize it to the hilt and make a contribution. But with it comes a very important aspect which I've seen over the years is humility. Like I said, we know nothing, really. So we cannot say that, I'm so-and-so and I've achieved that. No. And our time on this planet Earth is very limited, so we got to make the best use of it when we are here. So anyway, I'm so pleased, like I said, to see this evolve and grow into a kind of a collaboration, which I'm sure is going to be very useful for all the students of the Exeed College, whichever program you're doing, and especially for the research scholars. I think it's a tremendous opportunity. You're just getting that opportunity to learn and to do research work and to present to an audience. And tomorrow, your journals getting published somewhere where maybe millions more will be seen, contributing to the, towards the humanity, towards the social causes, towards our businesses, towards all aspects of humanity. That's the most important thing. So lastly, I would like to actually wish all of you a very good and a happy tenure in your research work. It's just for 2 to 3 years that you are there with you, but I'm sure that whatever you do, you're going to remember this, and that will just be another starting point. Because remember, as we all said, we know nothing, we can always achieve something more than what we did. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Anand, for unlocking the mysteries of research through your inspirational message. As we proceed with keynote speeches, I request the panelists to take your seats on the back bench. challenges in recent years. Our planet is confronted with issues like climatic changes, biodiversity loss, resource depletion, and social inequality. Our first keynote speaker for today is here to address these challenges in business operations and effectively provide insights to seek innovative and interdisciplinary approaches that can pave way towards a sustainable future. A brief profile of our first keynote speaker for today, Dr. Fumbudzai Robert Machera. He's an enthusiastic, energetic leader and has occupied executive roles such as financial manager, group accountant, company secretary, human resource practitioner, and administration manager for large listed corporations in Zimbabwe for 18 years before joining the world of academia. He's currently the Dean of Acacia University, Arizona. Dr. Robert, a well-known renowned scholar with research interests not restricted to micro-lending companies, social entrepreneurship, finance, banking, accounting, managing people education, fintech, sustainability, and training. He holds his PhD in Economic and Management Sciences with Administration, MPhil in Education and Training for Lifelong Learning, MBA, and Chartered Institute of Management Accountants, acronym CIMA, Chartered Institute of Secretaries and Administrators, acronym CISA, and lastly, Advanced Management Accounting, Diploma. I'm pleased to call upon Dr. Robert Machera, who through his wisdom and voice of experience is here to deliver our first keynote address titled Sustainability in Business Operations.
Thank you very much, Director of Ceremony. I want to say good morning to everyone. Welcome to our Exeed Symposium. It is actually an honor to deliver this speech in relation to business sustainability. This is a topic which is actually close to my heart. Why do I say that? It is actually a practical and easy way to understand. And in our activities, we always touch with sustainability. As we continue with it, you will see that sustainability is the way we do our things, even at work, at home. I would deliberate giving you also real life examples in terms of sustainability. All right, so before we talk about business operations, let's talk about sustainability. What is sustainability? Sustainability is how we manage the natural resources that may deplete as the population actually increase. Dr. Vivi talked about India. It is actually doubling in terms of population. Everywhere in the world, population is actually increasing. So what are we doing in terms of natural resources, in terms of the future generation? Okay? And then it also talks about how do we maintain our present life on
and then leftovers that are also mountains. What are you doing? Is that sustainability? So I was with my friends and I asked them when they left that mountain of food. I said, so what are you doing? He said, it's value for my money. Value for your money? I said, oh, okay, you're an accountant, you talk about value for money, or a finance person. But this is not value for money. To build a business, it actually starts from us. So that is waste, isn't it? That hotel is going to throw away that food. This food should have been remained in the hotel, and it should have been used to the next person or next client who's going to come. And what is going to happen? If it has been used to next client, the business will then grow. What does it mean? We can now expand, recruit another employee, and we actually now sustain. So sustainability is also in ourselves. Even at home, we do that. And I'm going to demonstrate a lot of examples in regards to sustainability. Like I've said, it is actually practical. It talks about promoting efficiency. It talks about innovation, creativity, strategies on how we impact in the economy, how our products actually impact in the economy. In sustainability, we call them when they have been what? Produced, they've been sold, used, and sent to the grave. Oh, I don't want you to be serious on that issue of grave. That's what we talk about when we talk about extraction of products in sustainability. So what happens with the lifespan of the product? What do we do in regards to that? So here we need to talk about the standards, compliance in terms of coming up with a product or a service. How are we doing in terms of bringing smart technologies? We have heard of technology with other speakers. So what are we doing in our business in order to remain competitive in the environment? Now, I've got two practical examples. You see the green gadgets, that's why I want to bring in the slides, just for you to appreciate. So there's a company called Ship Store. They've come up with a pencil. I think we all have pencils, but it's unfortunate. The pencil we have here does not have a seed. All right, so this company is innovated. They have put a seed here, or where there's a rubber, you see? So what does it mean? It means that I'm going to use this pencil. When it's finished, you're going to plant the seed. But I'm not sure whether we are going to do that. But this is someone who's thinking about sustainability of replacing the timber which has been used to make this pencil. Okay, good. Let me tell you now about acacia. Acacia, sorry. What happens with it is that traditionally they were producing huge furniture, which is assembled already. And that was a problem in terms of supply chain management. Imagine the carbon footprint, the discharge of carbon when they are delivering. So what does Acacia do? They came up with an innovation way of bringing flat boxes. And that's where it started. So it reduces the carbon emissions. Even the customer, they can actually deliver these goods on their own. So that is Acacia. Acacia, sorry. Then Tesla. Okay, Tesla now came up with a very good model that eliminates neutral people. But there's when you are dealing with sustainability, there's a problem that you see later when we talk about SDGs. When you solve this problem, you're actually also creating another problem. So the problem that is there is that if they eliminate business people, they may not have business. But on their face, they're actually improving because there's less discharge when they are going to business to customer directly. We have seen them coming up with what? Electric vehicles. In the past, they used to have what we call well to the tank, where they would putting fuel. But these days, it's no longer that. It is about charging the battery with the electric vehicle. This is where we're actually going. We have also Starbucks. Starbucks talks about a unique model, which is very green in its methods, and which saves quite a lot in the environment. You can actually see how Starbucks supply chain is on the slide. All right, good. Now let's go to another real life example. We have France. This is a contemporary trend which has happened recently in France. They have actually banned the use of domestic flights. Why? Because the emission of the flights are very high as compared to the bullet train, which is electric. So I would like you to study also on those two modes of transport, between the airline and the use of electric train. If you want, you can go and check now in the United States environmental protection, and you see that the emission of an aircraft is very high. Thank you. Yes, now, there's no way we cannot talk about 3 pillars of sustainability, which talks about the economy, the social, and the environment. The economy is translated as profit. What are you doing in terms of your profits? In terms of corporate social responsibility to the environment you are operating from when you've made a profit. Then social, what is the well-being of your employees? What is the well-being? What are you doing now in terms of the society where you are operating from? You have some disturbance that come from your businesses. What are you doing in regards to the environment? So they talk about life, quality life of the society. The other one is the egg sustainability model, which talks about the ecosystem. You know, I gave an example of a hotel earlier on, the ecosystem that we are in. What are you doing in regards to the relationship between you and the ecosystem? All right, great. So there are 5 R's or concept of sustainability, of which I've brought in also something that I brought from my place as well when I was ordering something to come here. It talks about reduce pollution. It talks about refuse. I'm not sure we have a lot of plastic, in the room. Okay, good. But in my room that I have, there's a bottle, but also that bottle, what are we doing with it? So it's a challenge. And then there's reuse, second life. So this is what this company that I brought in here is called Clicks. It talks about sustainability here, and it says reuse, recycle, rethink, and reduce. And then the last one, which I was also talking about there, is another R called rot. What are we doing in terms of wastage? Waste, how do we control the waste? We can actually come up with what? Biogas. But biogas may be for scientists. But the simplest thing to do was talking about a garden. We can actually make manure from the waste. Simple things that we do. And that was about operations. Okay, so there are 17 SDGs from United Nations. As we talk about sustainability, you need to actually align with them. But as you align, you find out that as you solve maybe number 1, no poverty, you also create and they actually solve real life problems. The challenge that we have with our scholars is that we produce theses or dissertations that we put in the shelves that are not practical. Prof. Animu and Dr. Vivek were talking about research and research, but are we researching in something that is tangible, something that you can actually see, something that people can actually benefit from that research? All right, so what do we need to do? We need to embrace what? A green product or green productivity, which reduces cost, which reduces waste, and then you get profit, which will then plow back into your business. All right, good. I'm about to finish here. So green productivity talks about environmental requirements. Are you compliant? Even yourself as a company or as an individual. Companies that they comply, they actually have profit. Good profits. Increase productivity. One of the speakers talked about quality management system using Kaizen and any other quality management philosophies. All right. Yes, sustainability is people-centered. It is people-driven and the safety of employees. And that's what we see companies that embrace green productivity, they will then get profit. Why is it important to get more profit? As an accountant, it's easy to define, right? So if you have more profit, you have a bigger market share. You expand organic. Organic is where you have natural expansion of a business, or mechanistic, where we are saying you need to do mergers and acquisition. I think it has been happening also at Exeed, merging, acquiring, and so forth with other companies. That is what is needed in this environment. Okay, then there are a lot of tools that you can actually use to attain green productivity. Brainstorm, bright analysis, fishbone, Gantt chart, and so forth. And I've supplied you with different tools and techniques. There's no way we can talk about sustainability and then we do not bring, the Paris Agreement of climate change. This was actually a challenge. We see about 196 parties coming in countries to talk about climate change. We're talking about global warming. If we continue talking about global warming, it will be a challenge. Water itself, we're going to drink only 1 bottle of water in 10 years to come. Because why? The population is actually increasing. And water is going to be scarce. And if there's water scarce, we're going to face a challenge in terms of what? Drought. We're not going to get food in the future. So it is important to also refer to Paris Agreement for climate change, which brought in a framework for technical know-how. Those people who are technical, they actually assist us. And then capacity building, the training and development, which is actually very important. Financial, which is financial management. And all these will assist us to address these challenges that we have talked about earlier on. All right, what are the lessons learned from this conclusion that I'm going to do? So I'm going to encourage practitioners who are here, scholars, educators, doctorate and master students to research in the areas of business sustainability. And also green finance. It is also very important when you get the green finance. I would like to encourage all of us to research on societal problems, referring to the 17 United Nations goals. Is there is a lot of opportunities in the areas of sustainability, climate change, and global warming. Why am I saying this? You can actually get a funding. As Exeed, we can actually look for funding which deals about addressing the issues surrounding sustainability. And when we get funding, we actually put it in our business. We also benefit as researchers and so forth. Let us put all our hands together in the journey of producing
Thank you, Dr. Robert, for the encouraging address. Your presentation has left a lasting impact on the audience, and we assure to stay committed to integrating sustainable practices into walks of our lives. Just as a means of information, how many of you all know that Dubai is celebrating, that is UAE, is celebrating the Year of Sustainability this year? Since our theme is predominantly based on sustainability, and we are holding the Research Symposium at Dubai, so kindly be informed as an additional information, the COP28 is being scheduled this year in Dubai. So that's an additional information which I'd like to add on about from the Paris Agreement which you mentioned in 2016. So thank you so much for the inspirational message, Dr. Robert. Artificial intelligence, a jargon often found in science fiction, has been widely accepted as it increasingly becomes part of our daily lives. Its rapid transformation in industries such as healthcare, transportation, retail, and finance is noteworthy. Currently, AI in education is shaping primitive area, offering incredible potential for the application of AI technology in learning and development process at various levels of education. In fact, AI innovation in education has evolved from idealized laboratory scenarios to real-life learning context with more complexity. Our second keynote speaker for today is Ms. Victoria Zakarski, a Chief Insight Strategy and Digital Transformation Officer at Insight, Middle East and Africa. With over a decade of experience, Victoria is a highly accomplished academic faculty and corporate trainer. Her expertise lies in delivering, consulting, and training programs to banks, insurance companies, and regulators. Victoria's proficiency has made her a sought-after professional in her field, and her impact on organizations has been transformational. During a tenure at Citibank, she leveraged the power of data and analytics to propel the organization's transformation into a customer-centric enterprise. Her ability to harness the power of technologies, including artificial intelligence, has been instrumental in driving innovation and efficiencies with the corporate world, earning her numerous corporate accolades for her exceptional achievements. A dynamic and engaging speaker, Victoria shares her vast expertise at international conferences, contributing to the advancement of industry knowledge and thought leadership. Her contributions also extend to industry publications, where she imparts her insights to a broader audience. Victoria's academic background includes an MBA from University of Massachusetts and BBA from the American University in Dubai. Her continuous quest for knowledge and her unwavering passion for finance and technology drive her to explore new and innovative ways to leverage the synergies between these two disciplines. Our aim is to contribute to the industry's advancement and inspire positive change through our academic contributions, training initiatives, and collaborations. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in giving a warm welcome to our second distinguished keynote speaker, Ms. Victoria.
Thank you so much for the introduction, and good morning, everyone. It's a great honor for me to be here today, and artificial intelligence is in fact the transformative set of technologies that have already impacted a number of industries. We are all using AI in our daily lives, and today we will be talking about the way artificial intelligence teach, and how we can prepare the next generation to live in the world where humans will be working alongside artificial intelligence. Very frequently, AI is thought about as something that is going to replace our jobs. There is a lot of discussion regarding automation and use of AI to replace humans. However, today, I would like us to see artificial intelligence as something that is going to complement our abilities, and our focus should be on preparing ourselves to work alongside artificial intelligence, to prepare for effective AI-human collaboration. So, if we are to compare the impact of artificial intelligence, the era that we live in today, the best analogy that I can think about is Renaissance, the period between the 14th and the 17th century in Europe, when the humans actually rethought, reconsidered their role in the world. And during this period, there was the new way of blending art and science. Humans revisited their role of themselves. Now, given the advances in artificial intelligence, similarly to the Renaissance era, we will be forced to rethink who we are as humans. As we created artificial intelligence that is advancing very rapidly, what is our role going to be? And we have an opportunity now to focus on our own strengths. If artificial intelligence is so good in analyzing vast amounts of data, predictive analytics, we're all targeted by personalized ads. We all have experienced the power of AI to deliver that personalization. So artificial intelligence is great in analytical capabilities. You all would have seen the art generated by artificial intelligence, right? The deep fakes. You have seen how creative AI can be. So the question is, if artificial intelligence has excellent capabilities in some areas such as analytical skills, analyzing data, even creativity, what is our role going to be? What will be the future of our jobs in the world where the routine, mundane tasks are automated by artificial intelligence, and AI can even create marketing content, can even be creative? So what is our role going to be? And we definitely have strengths that AI doesn't have, such as emotional intelligence, and we will be, in the coming decades, similarly to Renaissance era, rethinking the role that we are going to play, and we will see that AI is going to reshape the way we work, the way we study, the way we teach. It will impact all aspects of our lives. So, while when it comes to applications to AI in education, most commonly the AI was thought about enhancing the student experiences. And with ChatGPT, we have seen that students actively started using ChatGPT to support their research, to use it for homework and assignments. And in fact, the student-facing AI since 1970s, that has been the primary area of focus for artificial intelligence. But artificial intelligence doesn't only make the learning process more interesting, rewarding, doesn't only support students, but it can also make the job of educators easier by automating some of the tasks, whether it's creating, taking attendance. This allows educators delivering a more personalized experience for students. So the support of the educators is going to be more visible with artificial intelligence. And there is also system-facing artificial intelligence, which is about supporting institution management. So these are the key areas where AI can be useful, and since 1970s, the student-facing artificial intelligence was the primary area of focus, as an idea was to create an intelligent tutor that would be able to support students. So, apart from this, AI is also going to have the role beyond the classrooms. We will be learning with AI. We will need to learn about artificial intelligence. It's very important that the students are learning about AI, learning about different approaches to artificial intelligence, machine learning, various kinds of types of data, as well as ethical considerations. So when it comes to building those machine learning models, how do we ensure that we minimize or we avoid bias? How do we ensure that we avoid discrimination? How do we ensure that we create artificial intelligence for the benefit of the society? And we don't increase, we don't amplify the divide which exists. So learning about AI is educating students about artificial intelligence and making sure that we create awareness about artificial intelligence, its benefits, its opportunities, as well as the risks and how we mitigate those risks. And finally, learning for human-AI collaboration. So the graduates in today's programs will be working, well, as all of us will be working increasingly more with artificial intelligence. So we shouldn't be viewing it as a threat, as something that is going to replace our jobs. The robotic process automation, I really like this definition of robotic process automation that says it takes the robot out of the human. So many of our tasks that we handle are they are demanding, they're repetitive, we can spend a lot of time on them, but they don't really add value. So with robotic process automation, we will have an opportunity to focus more on value-added tasks. AI is going to make our jobs more easier and allow us to focus on things that we excel in: creativity, emotional intelligence. So we need to understand what our strengths are, how to build the new skills for the AI era, and how to effectively leverage artificial intelligence in our jobs. And the role of educators is to prepare the graduates to work alongside artificial intelligence. So it helps to understand what artificial intelligence is. The field was born in 1956 at the conference in Dartmouth College, and the term artificial intelligence was coined by researchers who aspired to create machines that will be able to imitate human capabilities. It's learning, vision, perception. So they aspired to create machines that will be able to have a human mind and will be able to perform all of the tasks that human beings can. And that definition of artificial intelligence is strong AI, something that researchers in 1950s thought will be achievable in around 20 years. So they thought that it will take them 20 years to achieve the strong artificial intelligence, which is the concept of the machines having all the abilities of the humans. And the approach that dominated classical or symbolic AI. And the more recent advances in artificial intelligence were driven by machine learning, the data-driven approach, and while it's easier for us to not to program machines, but to show examples and to build models using algorithms based on the vast amounts of data, it's important to understand that machine learning is very different from the way humans learn. And in machine learning, there is still the role that humans play, where the labeled data are provided by humans, and the bias as a result may occur when in the data we may have the certain segments of our society underrepresented. So today when we use AI in education for personalization, when we study the patterns of students, what kind of content do they engage well with? What kind of concepts do they understand? What kinds of concepts can be confusing? What is the best way to deliver the content in a way that engages them, that keeps their attention, to make sure they are focused, to make sure that they have high level of comprehension, they understand the concepts, they can relate the concepts to their knowledge schema, and they can apply these concepts. So with AI, we can actually be able to personalize an experience for each student based on their needs. But it's important to understand that because of the digital divide that exists with developing countries not having the same level of internet connectivity, or the price of broadband, or the price of the smartphones, this might not be, when we use this data to understand the preferences, the needs of students, these machine learning models are based on the data that we capture, the data that we collect, and that data can be more representative of the students in developed countries, or the students in developing countries, or the students in the rural areas of developed countries. They might be underrepresented. So with machine learning, we saw advances in artificial intelligence, and today the image recognition, self-driving cars, the chatbots, they largely use the machine learning, the predictive analytics. However, when it comes to machine learning, it is important to understand the challenges that exist with the data, whether it's lack of availability of data or the data sets that may have intentional or unintentional bias. Artificial neural networks, the structure of artificial neural networks was inspired by biological neural networks, and the advances in deep learning occurred, which drove the next wave of AI innovations. The recurrent neural networks, the convolutional neural networks, they solved the types of the problems that you all would be familiar with, such as the text, the sentence completion, right? Whenever you are typing a sentence, or whenever you receive an email, when you check your email account, the Gmail already suggests how you should, what kind of response you should write, or you type a message and you see the next word that should be completing that sentence. So that's the example of the recurrent neural networks, which were used for the text problems, and the convolutional neural networks were used in image recognition. Transformers had the revolutionary impact on natural language processing, with the transformer-based models such as BERT and GPT taking those capabilities which were first enabled by recurrent neural networks. The transformer-based models took those abilities to the next level. And now, of course, the ChatGPT is something that you all would be familiar with as the AI chatbot that was developed by OpenAI, and it gained 100 million users globally over the course of 2 months. So the applications in homework assistance, concept clarification, study resource, idea generation, and academic research emerged as students started realizing the benefits of using ChatGPT, whether it's helping, seeking help with their homework assignments, or asking ChatGPT to explain the concept in a simple way. So if something is not clear, if something is ambiguous, they can ask ChatGPT to clarify that concept, to explain it. And I heard the feedback from many students that it's very powerful because it can explain the concept in a simple way. It can be used as a study resource, it could be used for idea generation, for preliminary research when academic research is done. And while ChatGPT can make it easier for students, we need to educate students about the limitations of ChatGPT. As GPT 3.5 was trained on the data until 2021, the knowledge about the world of ChatGPT is limited beyond 2021, and it may produce, as other large language models, it may produce incorrect answers. So we shouldn't deny, we shouldn't restrict students from using ChatGPT, but ChatGPT is an excellent way for them to see how AI can be used. It can be very powerful in creating new ideas for their essay, in doing some preliminary research, in explaining the concept if they're struggling to understand it, in giving analogies and giving examples. But at the same time, there are limitations, and it is important to have critical thinking to check the results that ChatGPT produces. So this really showcases the limitations of AI well, and those students that use ChatGPT, they familiarize themselves with how in the future they will be working, because they will be using tools similar to ChatGPT in their future work. So the first question is how to leverage artificial intelligence to enhance education. First of all, AI, thanks to the machine learning capabilities, can be excellent in personalizing learning experiences and tailoring learning paths. So understanding the strengths and the needs of this individual student, observing the students in the classroom, for example, watching if they are paying attention or if they understand using facial recognition, using cameras in the classroom, or when the studies happen online, capturing their facial expressions to understand whether they are paying attention, whether they're interested, whether they're confused or not, and then adjusting accordingly. Adjusting the level of difficulty, providing more examples or different types of the way to explain the concept. So that's the power of personalization. Also, it's augmenting educators' role and automating administrative tasks. Tasks such as grading, tasks such as attendance taking. So those tasks that may not really add value to the education process per se. So the jobs of educators are going to be easier. It will be useful in enhanced content delivery, data-driven improvements, which can happen in real time, seeing that the student may seem to be confused or they're bored, or they do not understand the concept, and adjusting the content accordingly. And early intervention for struggling students, predicting that the student is likely to fail the course, and enabling the interventions accordingly. However, the ethical and inclusive use of artificial intelligence is an important priority, as in order for us to deliver a more personalized experience to students, we need to ensure that we collect data about students. And in those examples of the use of the interactive tutor systems that were piloted, for example, the instructor will have to be at their computer, if it's the classroom setting, and they have to look at the dashboard to see how the students are reacting, and that dehumanizes the experience, as now the instructor is at their computer and they are paying attention to the dashboard to see who is struggling to understand, who is bored, and things like that. So this was solved by actually using the augmented reality, where this information will float above the head of the student when the instructor wears the augmented reality glasses. But again, this is the use of technology to solve the problem that artificial intelligence itself creates. So it can be intrusive and dehumanizing. A lot of data needs to be collected. It can impact data privacy. It can be impacting the privacy negatively, and there could be biases in AI algorithms. And finally, we need to prepare humans to live and work with AI. It is essential to promote AI literacy and understand its capabilities and limitations. Emphasize critical thinking, ethical considerations, and responsible use of AI. And finally, there is the importance of interdisciplinary education. Artificial intelligence should be covered in various subjects that are taught, whether it's computer science, whether it's humanities. We need to ensure that we reskill and upskill to prepare everyone for the future of the jobs. And when it comes to educators, it's also the reskilling and upskilling educators to ensure that their jobs are not displaced, but they are prepared to deliver education in the future education setting, where artificial intelligence will be the teaching assistant. So with this, I would like to reiterate the point that artificial intelligence isn't about replacing the jobs, it's about augmenting our abilities, it's about enabling us to focus on our true strengths. And similarly to the Renaissance era, it's an opportunity for us to rethink our role in the new world that is going to be shaped by artificial intelligence. And I would encourage you to pursue research in this exciting and promising area. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Victoria, for your captivating talk on AI in innovation and education. Your comprehensive overview and clear explanations through the slide deck provided a deeper understanding of the subject. We will now be moving on to the second segment of the order of our proceedings. This will be hosted and taken over by my colleague, Dr. Harshini Esther. I request Dr. Harshini to kindly take the lead for the fireside chat with the panelists.
A very good morning to all the distinguished members of the panel and of course our enthusiastic researchers. I definitely consider it a privilege to welcome you all to the second part of the session today. That's the fireside chat, and this is me, Esther, who will be moderating the session. So I once again take the opportunity to invite our panelists onto the desk. So on the panel, we have Dr. Robert Machera, Dean of Acacia University, to kindly come over. Up next, we have Miss Victoria. Welcome you, ma'am. Dr. Maureen, Vice President for Growth, Acacia University. Dr. Safi, Vice President, International at Acacia University, Arizona. Professor Anil, who's spearheading all our academic programs for the Westfield Education Group. Ms. Poonam, Associate Dean for Teacher Education at Exeed. Dr. Bhavna, the Vice President of Admissions and Business at Exeed College. And of course, our very own dear Dean, Dr. Vivek, Academic and Student Affairs at Exeed College. So, like you're not aware, the themes for our discussion today would encompass business sustainability and technology in education. So to begin, I would like to quote by Gro Harlem, which states that development that meets the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs is sustainable development. So with all the aspects of climatic change, the dwindling natural resources, and ever-increasing demands on our energy and food supply, there are a lot of business operations that are being disrupted, as well as the supply chain management goes in unexpected ways. So to counter all of these, we try and reduce the kind of effect or impact we have on our environment. So everything from the more obvious reuse and recycling, we have switched over to LEDs, reducing plastics, reducing travel, and having energy efficient appliances through to adopting a circular business model. Just like our keynote speakers have mentioned, especially with Dr. Robert, like the examples that he gave about IKEA, the Tesla, the eco-friendly stationaries, I would just like to stress upon one such live case about this brand called My Dubai, which are into bottled water. Right? So, like my colleague, Ms. Mario also mentioned, this year is being declared as the Year of Sustainability 2023 out here in Dubai, UAE. So, the CEO of My had declared it, who's known as Abraham Khan. So they stress on the fact here that they use innovative techniques to reduce the waste that is generated during their operations. So in order to be more socially responsible, they have, together with a company called Degrade, make eco-friendly clothing. My Dubai has been trying to promote these sustainable practices by aligning their business with all other bottle companies. So I'm sure all the bottles that we've used will be, going in back for reuse and recycling. The very little bit that we can do from our end, again, to reinforce what Dr. Roberts said. All of us have to be equally and socially responsible, along with what Professor Anil mentioned. It's a drop of water that makes an ocean. And I'd like to add on to it, every drop has a ripple effect. And I'm sure each of us today, after this learning and interactive growing session, we will make ripple effects in our businesses today. So moving forward with our panelists, I would like to request each of you to give in your opinion on the role of innovation in driving sustainability in business. Maybe you can try and explore or elaborate on how companies are innovating to reduce their environmental impact, promote social responsibility, and create sustainable products and services. Probably we could begin with Professor Anil, and then we could move ahead.
Thank you. Thank you. Hello. Yeah. Thank you. The sustainability, of course, is the hot topic of today, and how we're going to be using innovation and creativity for furtherance of our businesses and industries. Thankfully, what has happened is that over the last maybe a couple of decades, the growing sense of urgency in terms of tackling this has given us an insight of what must be done. And that's why we see a lot of these events occurring, whether it's the Paris Agreement which occurred, or also in terms of the COP events that are occurring. Now, if you see over a current aspect, we may not realize it if we are sitting today that how the environment is changing and how it's going to affect us. Because it's a very, very slow process. It's like slow poisoning, and the slow poisoning to a human being also, is bad over a couple of years. What happens to it? And the same thing is applicable, whether it's to our industries, whether it's to our towns, etc. I was just reading also recently that in the next 100 years, a lot of cities are going to be submerged, underwater. And that's all due to the climatic change that is happening. Of course, Paris Agreement agreed to, 1.5 degrees, maintaining that in terms of the global warming in the next, for this particular century. But what is happening in different parts of the region is very alarming. And like I said, today we may not be able to appreciate it so much, but in the future, in the next 50 years to 100 years, is going to affect the generations ahead of us, and it can be catastrophic. Just the glaciers melting, just a 1 degree drop over there can just inundate and flood, some of these areas which are, within their vicinity, and having some devastating kind of effects. So similarly, it's to do with, I feel, now coming back to the businesses over here, in terms of carbon footprints that we have, that are increasing, and lot of industries are taking action. So whether it's within the aviation industry or whether it's the car industry, you're seeing a lot of changes that are occurring. Anyway, isn't it, with the electric vehicles coming in, or even in terms of the reduction of the carbon emissions with the newer aircraft that are coming in. I mean, they're doing a lot. Similarly, the industry, there are a lot of now regulations that, you cannot exceed certain permissible carbon limits or footprints that you are doing. So I feel that each and every one of us have actually got to be aware of it. And like I said, it's the slow poisoning. So you may think that today it's okay if I have a little bit of that, it doesn't affect me. But we got to think about the future. And like I was mentioning earlier, I think the Earth is just 4.5 billion years old. And you know, it's hardly 3 seconds if you take the whole universe and divide it from the January 1 to 31st December. It's just 3 seconds old when you talk of the cosmos. So we got to think about the future, and I think that's a good initiative that we have in a very, very relevant topic in terms of sustainability and how, and of course innovation, creativity, as I was mentioning earlier. Those are the key marks, those are the hallmarks. A lot of research getting into it, that's going to help us go there. And unitedly, each one of us has to be responsible, has to be collaborative in this whole change that we want to envisage in the near future. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. Yes, Professor.
Thank you so much. Dr. Robert in his keynote speech has explained the pillars of sustainability, that is economics and the profit of the business, the environment and social. That's very true, because when a business is operating, how the business should work in order to be more socially responsible and to reduce environmental impact. That can be 4 hours or 5 hours, which is basically recycle, reuse, refuse and recover. Companies and industries, either in any industries, education industries or any other industries, they are starting a circular solution, building and introducing product and services in a way that can use for multiple purposes, that can have longer lifetime, and that can be basically easy, repairable. Basically, companies are trying to introduce products in a way that should basically reduce the environmental impact. And also, a basic innovation or a basic procedure can be where companies can ask themselves, they can do a self-audit by asking themselves that how can we reduce our energy consumption, or how we can reduce our natural resources consumption, how we can reduce our waste and recycle more, or how we can design procedures and operations in a way which can be more efficient. If you have answers for these questions, I'm very sure that your outcomes or your products can be more environmental friendly, and it will have less impact on the environment and on the earth that we live. And also, by introducing a sustainable culture into your industry or into the company is one of the most innovative way to reduce environmental impact. When you have that culture with you, for an example, most of the time, even still now in developing countries, we have a research and R&D, or we have a specific cell or an office for these particular research and activities. But that is not sufficient, or that is not an effective approach. If you have an approach where a culture of sustainability within your organization, that is another way that what you do in terms of operation, in terms of utilizing resources, or in terms of transportations, building relationship, whatever you do, so that will be environmental friendly. And bringing like eco-friendly system or entirely. For an example, these days supermarkets or hypermarkets, they came up with charging for their bags, or that is a kind of recyclable bags. Even most of us are either refusing, or even we are changing the supermarkets, trying to go and buy from a supermarket where they are giving it for free. So that culture has to change. If every one of us sitting in this hall or sitting here be responsible towards what we do at home even, and that will lead with what we do at work, and that will also lead what the company is doing at large, will generally reduce the environmental impact. And also, when the companies are introducing strategies and approaches and business models which are more environmental friendly, there is a interest, there is basically a profitability for that particular business, because that business can be more competitive in the market, that can be more where to stay and where to say that, yes, what I do, I give back to the society. Even right now, lots of governments, even the underdeveloped countries, developing countries, they are coming up with lots of strategies. If you are doing a business, you have to do CSR activities. You have to be environmental friendly. Your activities or your operations should be in a way that should not reduce the natural resources. If you watch documentaries, we have lost lots of resources for, for getting nothing actually. So, but we are very fortunate at the moment that now international regulation laws came up into practice, that now companies are not free to do what they want, or even the governments are not free what they want. So there are certain frameworks, lots of researches are happening, lots of conferences are happening in this area, lots of activities are there, people are knowing about the importance of sustainability and the environmental impact. So I am very much positive and confident that all these contributions can bring a very positive change in the society, and I'm very sure that this will contribute to save the world. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Murray, I will request you to use this.
Well, again, thank you so much for this panel, and I cannot agree more with the culture, I think, that's taking place now, and it's changing the way that businesses operate, the types of products that are being created that are sustainable, because I think that when I was growing up, a lot of the eco-friendly products were used as perhaps a premium, something that you knew was green and eco-friendly and added to your portfolio of products, but it was used as a more of a premium product for a targeted segment, a targeted demographic. And today, I think that society and the consumer is much more broadly looking for those eco solutions. And so I think that in terms of product development, in terms of opportunities to really engage new markets, I think it's really changed the mentality and the framework in which products are developed. I also think that in terms of sustainability, it isn't just a one-off. It isn't just carbon offsets, or I'm going to pledge to do this. It's really in the process of production. Because it's not just-in-time manufacturing, or it's not just lean manufacturing in terms of developing systems that are low waste, or really trying to cut through on waste, is that developing products and processes that respond to the needs of the environment in a way that is sustainable, but is also not disruptive of your normal life. For instance, solar glass as opposed to solar panels. As we continue to innovate, we're finding products that don't force people to change their normal lives in a way that's disruptive or too costly. And so I think that even within Tesla or these other companies, you're finding innovations that are much more able to reach people of different developed countries, developing countries, that it isn't just those the haves or the have-nots. So we all have a role to play, certainly in terms of regulation, but innovation, the opportunity for us to develop new solutions that can reach people in those markets that might not have the resources, that don't have a smartphone, that don't have those other opportunities to innovate, to really reach them where they are. And so it's exciting to see both governments and industry come together and find real solutions that don't make it aesthetic, in that sense that it's just kind of an artificial marketing, promotional opportunity, but really a sustainable, transformational approach. And that's what I think that it's changing, in the sense that you're moving from a transactional arrangement, where I'm just promoting an eco-friendly solution in order to change the dynamics of my business or change the dynamics of my industry, to really revolutionizing how an industry operates. And it's exciting to see in a more sustainable way. So.
Thank you. Yeah, I think that it's really exciting to see the government programs that are, and the example of the plastic bags in the UAE. That's a great move to make sure that we create the new habits among the shoppers, and there is the less plastic which is being used. So there are great government initiatives. There are also organizations, the corporations that themselves are looking at more sustainable practices and it needs to become more ingrained in the corporate culture. It needs to become the part of the DNA of the organization, that everything that they do needs to be done in a way that is sustainable, that contributes positively to the environment, and it shouldn't be obviously viewed as just the marketing or promotional opportunity. And the good thing is that consumers, especially when it comes to the Gen Z, millennials, younger consumers, they may increasingly consciously look for products that are, they look more consciously try to purchase products from the companies that are environmentally friendly. They may want to seek information about how the products were sourced. And then when these actions of consumers themselves, this becomes large scale, this actually makes companies realize that this becomes a way for them to become more competitive and get the competitive advantage by following those practices. So, as we said, it's really about not just the government initiatives, not only the companies' commitments to more environmental friendly practices, but it's an action of each of us. So when it comes to whether it's the plastic bottles, whether it comes to the plastic bags or recycling, again, it's important for the government to raise awareness about the importance of each of us contributing positively. And as we said, it's the drop of water that creates ocean, that creates ripple effect. And with each of us taking, no matter how small this action can be, it's going to have a positive impact. Thank you.
Over to Dr. Robert.
Okay, thank you. Like I said, this is actually a hot area. It starts from when we produce the actual product. How do we produce the product? It's processes, during the processes, the manufacturing of the product, and its supply chain up until we dispose that product. That's what companies should actually trace. And how other companies are doing is that they actually embed it. Talked about culture, but now for you to bring culture into being, you need to come up with some quality management system where you have a continuous process, where you actually do some audits to see whether the employees are actually following the requirements in regards to those processes. So that's how we can actually embed it into the company. We have seen several companies coming up with the solar in terms of on the top of the roof, where they're actually generating power
optimized for a sustainable product. If we talk about waste reduction and recycling, Samsung has recently started developing their mobile covers with the waste and trimmings of their high-end products. So this is again waste reduction and recycling of the products. Sustainable design and material. Again, I would like to quote an example of edible cutlery. So if we see now people are promoting edible cutlery, which is made up of wheat, millets, and edible products in which the food is served. People use that, and that helps to save the single use of plastic. So I believe that all these solutions were always available, but now businesses are leveraging on the innovation and technology to develop these products and processes in a way that we can utilize and use it. And I think that it is not just the responsibilities of the businesses, it is individual responsibility as well to be sustainable so that we can also, contribute to the environment. Thank you.
Thanks to all my fellow panelists. And before Vivek shares his thoughts on this very interesting topic, and actually it's very close to my heart because both my children are into climate change and sustainability management, energy and conservation. I think I'll play the devil's advocate here and talk about, we have talked about conceptual frameworks, we have talked about audits, we have talked about innovation, leveraging on technology, what government initiatives are in all the developed, underdeveloped, or first countries. But I think sustainability, if you go back to our roots in history, as Professor Anil mentioned, in the past, Bedouins, tribes, how were they sustaining themselves? They had the culture within their community that what they are taking in from the nature, they're giving it back. And that's how the billions of years, wherever we have survived, we are here. And I don't think that we can very safely say this for our future generations, right? The Gen Z has started to take that action. They are refusing waste. They are refusing products which are not sustainably developed, those who are not ethically sourced. And I think as researchers, as educators, I'll give you an example from my career. I've seen this with my own eyes, that we had this kind of, I will not call it a symposium, I'll call it a conversions of all the school children, and they came around and there were about 400 students in that symposium. And they were speakers, student reps, younger generation, primary students as well, speaking about all that's happening, and we have discussed here, and we're going to be discussing for the whole day long. But as soon as the symposium got over, we all got into our cars, and we were just kind of communicating with each other and sharing our thoughts. Students got into the buses, and as they were going, they were given some goodie bags with some chocolates and things like that. And as soon as they boarded the bus, and the bus started, the wrappers started falling off the window, So, and then we were thinking, all of us who actually were participating in that symposium as adults, that did we do something wrong, or did we not give this message in an effective manner, where we just talked about waste reduction, we just talked about individual action, we just talked about what everyone, each one, single one of us can contribute, and there the student comes and they're just throwing it. So somewhere I think what we are representing to the generations ahead is not very positive. The actions that we take, the things that we do in our daily life, the things that we speak about. I have actually communicated with some of the students, and when they say, yeah, your generation has actually, thank you to your generation, that is our generation who has spoiled this for us. actions, and I'm sure we can make a difference. Thank you.
Thanks, Poonam. Great insights by all fellow panelists. Thank you for all the insights. Sustainability drives innovation. There's no question about it. The history of mankind is a perfect example. I mean, in recent times, one of the examples that I can think of is, yeah, of course, the film going into digital. Kodak, you know, that's a perfect example of how sustainability can drive innovation. There's absolutely no question about it. We don't need more conceptual frameworks or proof. But reflecting on what my fellow panelists have shared here, what really drives innovation and sustainability is, in fact, without a question, is change, right? So as human beings, we are resistant to change. Now you have individuals and then you have organizations. So I feel that this is all connected in a Venn diagram, you know, sustainability, innovation, and change. If you talk about resistance to change, so Volkswagen, we are all aware, and all research scholars are here. I mean, you might have done research on Volkswagen. When Volkswagen's cars, they had it's called the Volkswagen scandal, right? So there was carbon monoxide emission. Their levels were above designated levels, and designated level, and they had to recall, as they say, a lot of cars. What Volkswagen did is they tweaked their electronics so that the carbon emission shows a reduced level. They didn't actually, so imagine calling back all the cars and reconstructing it. It's impossible. So that's what Volkswagen did. So from there on, we had a term called as greenwashing, which is where companies claim sustainability initiatives, but they're not. The question really is, are they actually sustainable? Again, it comes back to resistance to change. Individuals or organizations, I mean, all our research scholars are working professionals, so we all contribute to organizations here, right, to the common vision of an organization. The question that we have to ask ourselves when we contribute to the vision of our organizations, for organizations, are we still resistant to change? As individuals, are we still resistant to change? Everybody talks about Tesla. I don't know if you're aware. I think all of us are aware that there is also the Boring Company, which Elon Musk owns. So what does a Boring Company do? It creates holes, under the ground. So it depletes resources. All the animals and plant fat and everything under the ground dies. So on one hand, you have big claims of sustainability with Tesla cars, which are hugely expensive, by the way. And on the other hand, you have Boring Company. So the question really is, where is the sustainability? Where does sustainability stand, right? So again, we have sustainability conferences, the symposium here, and most of us drive 6-cylinder cars. Cars with 6 cylinders, right? Engine with 6 cylinders. So I think it all comes down to the resistance to change, because organizations at the end of the day are made up of human beings, humans. So it's a shared collective vision. But in any case, organizations' vision should be aligned to the fact that organizations shouldn't greenwash. There have been famous studies done on H&M and Zara on how companies, even retailers, greenwash. You go into a shop and you see a shirt or a t-shirt, and then all of a sudden the retailer claims that this is 100% sustainable. How is that even possible? The cloth is not made out of any sustainable material. So what we as a Because organizations collectively are made collectively of human beings, and it has to start from us with a shared mission. So there's always resistance to change, but companies should avoid greenwashing and focus on sustainable initiatives to drive innovation and change. This is my take on it. Thank you.
Sure. My colleagues, Maria, and you mentioned about sustainable, what was it, year of sustainability. I've been here since 1989. And when I joined here, these municipality trucks used to go with 777 written on it, and I used to wonder what that is. When I joined the school, I got to know that this is a target project by the Dubai municipality. Each individual was producing 777 kilograms of waste. And the target and the project was that they will bring it down to 555 in 4 years. And within those like as you feel the 4 years passed, and what was the outcome? Can anybody guess? Did we meet the target of 555? Yeah, we reached to 997. I mean, there were posters, there were campaigns, there were like a municipality going to every nook and corner, offices, schools, talking about it. Then you go to the malls, you see people ordering food and just wasting the whole thing and going into the, and then there are people on the other hand who are dying of hunger, right? So, and then the whole thing was abolished. Nobody's talking about that anymore. And currently, just Google and see, what is the waste per capita here in Dubai? I think it's about time that we had these sustainable programs. So the year of sustainability, where at least each one of us is aware of what we need to do.
Even in Expo as well, they had sustainability. Yeah.
But the fact remains that there is increase in waste generation rather than decrease. And all the schools, I'm actually an advisor for Emirates Environmental Group, and every year we have this audit of what the students are doing and how, and it is nowhere showing a positive step. It's always regressive. So I think as Vivek and a couple of us have mentioned, it starts at the nuclear level from us, one single person, and educating them and making ourselves aware and our children aware of where we are going to go, and also kind of embody and represent, or rather I would say walk the talk. We say the right things, but we do wrong things which the students or the children emulate.
Thank you, Ms. Poonam.
I think we shouldn't be too critical because the event is being live streamed.
Thank you, panelists, for those insightful thoughts. I think personally I'm feeling a little pressurized and guilty, to actually take these things up on an individual level. I think it's giving us enough time and scope for introspection to start at an individual level, moving ahead at an organizational level. With the support of the government initiatives, I'm sure will make the world a better place, just not for us, but for the future generations. So having said that, let's move on to the next bit of it in terms of innovation and creativity. I'm not going to dive too much into it, but just 3 examples of how Amazon has just changed the whole e-commerce industry. Like I said, I'm not getting to the depths of it because we have professional people from the community of practices here as well as experts. But it's all about one-click purchases, personalized recommendations that we do before we actually pick up a product. The same-day delivery, especially for the women, with being so impatient when we want stuff back for ourselves. The next illustration, or probably a live case, is about Airbnb, which has completely, changed the whole gamut of traditional hotel chains that was being offered in a traditional manner. And Netflix, almost all of us just stay back at home at the comfort on our couch and watch everything that we need at home, unless we, very few of us make effort to get into movie theaters to see. I'm just talking in terms of innovation and creativity. So with that, I would like to ask our panelists, what's your opinion in terms of innovation, and how is it crucial for businesses to stay competitive as well as relevant in today's rapidly changing market? If you can throw some points and insights on how can it lead to growth, to increased market share, as well as improved customer satisfaction. think we'll begin with, yeah, it's random. Okay, we begin with Professor.
Yeah, hi. You know, I think when I was talking earlier, I told you about the evolution and all that. You know, there was always a growth in terms of the whatever little research was done over, since that time, and the way they were innovating in their own ways. After all, even when the trade started or when the money came in, I mean, they were all great innovations at that time. Otherwise, there used to be a barter system, for example, initially, isn't it? So what I'm saying is, yeah, the evolution it occurred. But you know, if you go into the historical background, it's always showing that the growth in terms of innovation and creativity and technology is occurring, and the graph is going up, and now it's going up, of course, more exponentially. But what is happening is that the learning and the upskilling of us humans is not catching up actually to that level. I mean, I'm again just telling you what I found when I was researching on this particular, a long time back. So there's always a gap, and this gap is increasing. So the innovation, creativity, etc. So when we talk of AI also, you know, the technology, or before that the internet came, or the computers came, or whatever came, the machines came. But we are always trying to catch up with this innovation and creativity, which is occurring all the time. And that's where, of course, the education in terms of the upskilling and where we want to go the race will always be there. But what I wanted to share with you was that, coming back to your question, yes, it's going to happen. And every industry has realized it. It's all about, thinking something new, creating it, and then, of course, making it useful for the humanity as a whole. But now I'm talking of us as humans, we somewhere have to catch up. Even AI, I think Victoria was pointing out that in terms of, they're saying a lot of job losses or whatever is going to occur. All the process-driven probably jobs are going to go away, but as she was also mentioning, it's more to do with, the creativity within us. Those, the EQ, the emotional intelligence that we have, probably it may take some more time. I would say they'll catch up with the robots or with the AI catching up with that aspect also soon. But the critical thinking will still remain with the humans. And that's where the innovation, creativity will always come. So it's always good, always also to keep us upskilled at all times. Vivek also talked about the changes that are occurring so rapidly. To keep up with that, upskill ourselves so that we are in that particular slot or position. Then we'll always be able to catch up with that innovation, creativity, which is, I feel, a universal factor. It's been going on for ages. It'll always go on, and go on further and further, like I said, in an exponential manner. It's just that we got to always be catching up to it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I feel that innovation is something that save lots of resources, and that also basically gain market shares, and also building a very strong relationship with your customers, and also gain more shares in the market, and also you can stay more competitive. You can also increase your brand preferences, because when you are doing innovation, or when you are introducing innovative approaches, business models, or products or services, you are adding values to your customer experiences. For an example, today if you are visiting any of the UAE government offices, they have lots of innovation in order to save your time. If you give an example of 10 or 15 years ago, or maybe other countries, if you are doing, for an example, a small task or a small registration, you have to put lots of resources in terms of natural resources, time, money, and many other things in order to get that work done. But with innovation, now you are saving lots of money, you are saving resources, you are saving basically, you're adding more values to your customer experiences. So with this, you can increase your customer satisfaction. When you are giving more values to your customers, when you are giving more options to your customers, as you mentioned, like through e-commerce platforms, now you have 15 minutes delivery. So that's something that you are becoming more pleasant about the brand, and you will always like to buy and stay loyal to that particular brand. So innovation is always something that will keep your future safe. If you will not introduce innovation or innovative approaches or product or services, I'm sure that the company or that particular industry will not stay longer. In order to ensure that your future, in order to ensure that you stay competitive in the market, in order to ensure that you stay profitable in the market, gain more shares, expand globally. So the only way is innovation. Innovate new ways or change the existing procedures or existing operations in order to stay competitive.
Thank you, Dr. Safi. I think due to paucity of time, we're just going to go ahead with the next theme of question. So we'll move on to technology in education, right? So again, the UAE government has earmarked $2.72 billion on education itself. So a significant part of this budget is being used to develop the infrastructure in terms of IT in schools in Dubai. So having said that, let's try and see how technology has had a significant impact on education, transforming the way we teach and learn. So my next question to the panel for the discussion. Yes. Is this tech empowering students to control their own learning? Is it a toy or is it a tool? This is just a random question that's open. Any of you could answer this.
No, I think it could be an invaluable tool. Elon Musk said that going to college is having fun and proving that you can do chores, right? So just because you are in a college campus doesn't inherently mean that knowledge is getting inside of you, right? And so just because you have the technology doesn't mean you're applying that knowledge, that technology to enhance your knowledge, to advance your career. What I think technology does in education is it kind of laser points, not only in terms of, you spoke this before about the student learning, the faculty development, but also in administration, coming from university administration. If you remove the things that don't add value, if you take away the admissions and the marketing and financial aid and perhaps career counseling and academic advising, if you take these aspects away and you focus solely on developing that knowledge and getting that knowledge transferred and those skills developed, then I think that it optimizes the value for a learner to go to college or to get a degree, because you're removing all those other challenges, right? Because we're living here in the UAE, and I'm here, and a lot of those expenses that I would have in the United States that would keep me from getting a doctorate. I got a PhD. My wife is finishing her PhD. We do that because all those expenses back in the United States are washed away, so I can focus on the things that add value. In my life, in your life, wherever you are in the world, there are so many things, so many barriers to achieving academic attainment or professional development. And so if technology can remove that waste, in a sense, from being productive in the administration of education, then it adds value and it drives considerable development. So I certainly achieve that.
Thank you, Dr. Han. One last question before we go for the rapid fire questions is, what are the implications and considerations for integrating AI into education settings? I think Ms. Victoria. Yes.
Thank you.
Area of expertise. Yes.
Yeah, so I think it's about the ethical considerations. Once again, technology can make education more accessible. It can make it more fun, more engaging. We can personalize content in a way that Amazon personalizes recommendations, or Netflix. We all enjoy Netflix. How can we make education as enjoyable, as personalized, as fun? So there is a lot that AI can do, but at the same time, it's the privacy, it's the data, how the data are collected, how the data are used, and how to ensure that we don't increase that digital divide. So how do we ensure that those who may not have access to the internet connection or the smartphone devices, how can they benefit from the advances that are enabled by artificial intelligence?
Thank you, Ms. Victoria. Sure, I'll ask Dr. Vivek to give us an insight.
Yeah, just to conclude, so recently we had an academic misconduct case, and we had a committee hearing. So there was an assignment, and the student had used ChatGPT, obviously, and one of the faculties who was quite familiar with ChatGPT copied and pasted a part of the assignment, this is a true story, to ChatGPT and asked ChatGPT, did you write it? ChatGPT said yes. So the academic committee had to issue a redo to the student. So what Victoria mentioned is quite, sensible. Ethical considerations are, really critical in the use of it.
Just one more point, it reminded me, one of the other, we have Turnitin also.
Yes.
So one of the, I don't know if it's here or one of our colleges, so Turnitin found out 99% plagiarism from where? ChatGPT. I was always worried, whether Turnitin will, so even maybe the same kind of an algorithms are being written. So, but just one more point, since it's to do with ethics, even Sam Altman of ChatGPT CEO, when he was talking to the US Senate lately, I mean, he talked about these ethical considerations because, see, this data can be misused. See, every good thing has a bad thing also. It's not that everything is, and it will always remain. So it's how we can have some kind of a regulatory bodies and regulatory mechanisms so that it's used for us good, for humanity, even for students. I mean, otherwise, as we know, just copying probably, as they call it, plagiarism or cheating. I mean, we want to avoid that, and we want it to be used for a betterment of, humanity, like I said. Yeah, thank you.
On that note, I would like to thank the members of the panel for your valuable thoughts and opinions, which you have so delightfully shared with us. I'm sure this will greatly benefit our researchers and of course to the community of practices. Thank you once again. May I request you all to move to your seats on the back. So now, quickly moving forward, there's something in store for all our participants. I know you've been sitting here with a lot of patience, firstly. Secondly, maybe a lot of inquisitiveness to try and understand how, when, why, and I don't know if there's somebody like me relating to being guilty, feeling pressurized to be more sustainable, because have a personal commitment. So I liked what Dr. Safi mentioned, right? We'll try and refuse, reuse, and recover by being those drops or droplets of water in the ocean. So we'll all try and make a conscious effort to be the ripple makers in the world. So moving forward, I have a set of instructions before we go ahead. This is open only to the participants, which means our academic fraternity and our panelists do not have this. It's only for the participants. One question will be posed to each table. So we have our team here. Once I read out the question, the multiple choice answers will be given on the projected on the screen. So just lift your hand up, right? And our volunteers will identify you. You can give out the answer. Please refrain from using your mobile phones or any other devices to search for answers. Let's follow some, ethics in this. Of course, no artificial intelligence allowed at the moment. Okay, so maybe we'll begin towards my left. That will be table 1. Behind them will be table 2. Then we move forward to the right side, which will be table 3, where we have Adil and Fatima, if I recognize right. And we exclude this table, and we'll come back here to to table number 4. All good? Any doubts? I need a little bit, okay, we're done with the formal part of the session, so I can request you all to give in your inputs in terms of yes, no. Are we good to go?
Yeah.
Thank you so much, that's encouraging. So the first question for the rapid fire is, of course, you'll just be given 60 seconds and the buzzer will go on, so you've got to raise your hands before that, right? First question is, what is business sustainability? And your time starts now. This is for table 1. Raise your hand, please.
How many choices?
Just
chances
one.
do they have?
Just one. It's pretty simple.
That's fair.
Option
Yes,
B.
Steve.
Option B, meeting the needs of the present without compromising the ability of the future generations to meet their own needs.
Awesome. It is the meeting the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own. Very good, well done. Deepak, that's because he's my student. Over to table number 2. And your question is, which of the following is not an aspect of sustainable development? And your time starts now.
Okay, that's Jenny. Here you go. So she raised the hand, but she doesn't know.
It's okay.
Which of the following is an
You
aspect
can make a
of
good
sustainable
guess.
development?
Sorry, that's the
That's
wrong
actually I'm
answer.
thinking of B.
Now you want to choose C, A, B, D. Quick.
My intuition is D.
And your intuition is right. Okay, it's profit maximization. Yes, please give it a round of applause.
Okay, I just want to congratulate the complete table. It was a teamwork.
That's nice. A lot of mutual collaboration happening. Okay, over to team 3. And your question is, which of the following is a benefit of incorporating sustainability into business practices? And your time starts now. Which of the following is a benefit of incorporating?
The minimal impact on the environment.
One more chance. Sorry. Okay. That's it. We left with 2 more options. So the right answer is improved brand reputation. Okay. So moving forward to table number 4. And the 4th question for you guys here is, which of the following is an example of a renewable energy source? You raise your hand first. Varsha raised her hand first. All together. Okay. Solar power. Thank you for that. Is it enough, or do you guys want another round?
One more.
One more round? I think it's just picking up now. All right. So we go back to table number 1. And the 5th question to you is, what is the concept of greenwashing in relation to business sustainability?
Deepak is out. We cannot answer again.
Concept of greenwashing in relation to business sustainability. Yes. Dr. Vivek did mention that.
Time.
Has the buzzer gone? Do we have time? Okay. Deepak, you're okay to go?
Yeah.
Yes, please go ahead.
It's option B.
You're right again. It's option B. Good job, Deepak. Table 2. We move to the next question, that is, what is the term used to describe the integration of technology into educational settings?
Okay, you can take it. Please go.
Sorry, that's the wrong
Okay,
answer.
that was you.
Quick.
You said B, right?
Integration of technology. So is it B?
Maybe the intuitions will work. Anything said.
D. integration technology.
That's right, I give it to you. It's the technology integration. Yes, please give it a round of applause. Each team out there. Okay, table number 3, and we have question number 7, and it's, what is the concept of flipped learning in the context of technology in education? Flipped learning in the context of technology in education.
I think it's A, students watching video lectures at home and engaging in activities during
Good,
class.
and that's the right answer. One final last question to table number 4, and that is, what is the term for the use of virtual reality technology in education? Yes, please. Sorry? Sorry? Yes, Varsha? Sorry? No, don't. Yes, C, immersive learning is the right answer. Alright, so I'm sure you all have been listening and hearing, and you've given in your answers, which you've actively listened. Thank you for your participation. Thank you all. Especially I want to thank our panelists for your contribution in terms of your insightful thoughts. And that's it from my end. Thank you. We move on to the next part of the program, and I will invite my colleague, Dr. Rekha, to take over.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you, Dr. Esther. Thank you, panelists. It has been an interesting morning, and as we move towards afternoon, exactly 12. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the next segment. I guess we heard panelists speaking about sustainability, AI. We spoke about different corporates utilizing different efforts in making the growth in the current marketplace. I am here to invite the students who think the same way. So here on, the panelists are just going to listen to the research done by our learners. I'm proud and happy to tell you people that there were a lot of presentations that we received, and we were able to shortlist the 8 participants. So scholars, you've shown great efforts. You're already on top 8. A big round of applause for these people. This segment will start with presenter number 1, but before we move to presenter number 1, I would like to brief out some points for the presenters. You will have maximum of 10 minutes. It's 10 minutes only in which you have to sum up the presentation that you have given. There is a remote that we are giving to you people, so please use that remote to move the slides. At the 8th minute, our team will do a buzzer. Can we just give a demo so that they know? If you ring this, if this bell goes on, you have to conclude. Another 2 bells will come, which will conclude the time, and you will have to then move to the Q&A. Once your presentation is done, please don't leave the dais, because we have some question and answers from the panelists or from the attendees. So attendees, please be polite with them, and we will have maximum of 2 questions with you people. Once your questions are done, you can please get back to your seat and make way for the other presenter. For all the other learners and the delegates, this segment is really, really special. So we want you to please maintain silence, observe them, maintain the decorum, and wish them all the luck, because yes, they have given in a lot of hard work. None of them have slept last night, so let's cheer it for them. Thank you. Just a small disclaimer, please hold the mic near your face. I'm not attaching it here so that you can utilize the floor. And my first participant has just left. So I think we can go with the second one, if that's okay. The second one is Mr. Can we move the slides, please? Yeah. We will start with Mr. Samuel, who is presenting
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Muswatse Samuel Lelope. I am from South Africa. The topic of my presentation today would be the effects of green energy transition on prosumers and the moderating role of socio-economic factors, evidence from municipal electricity utilities in South Africa. This presentation is an abstract, it's not a full paper. It's an abstract which shows the intention to study this topic. I've got the key words there, which is climate change, energy justice, green energy transition, prosumers, renewable energy, social and socio-economic factors. The research problem emanates from the report by the Secretary General of the United Nations that SDG 13, as presented by Dr. Machera here, one of the SDGs with this, which is SDG 13, is to take immediate actions to combat climate change. So the report, the latest report indicates that there is insufficient progress with SDG 13. And one of the ways that might accelerate the green energy transition is using prosumers. And this paper the paper will be concentrating on household prosumers. Prosumers being producers and consumers of electricity. You produce and consume, and if there is excess, you put back into the system. And also, we'll look into the socio-economic factors in divergent communities. Our country has got unequal society, which ranges from low to high income. We'll have to look into that. And the energy justice and feasibility constraints, which are the barriers towards the implementation of green energy transition. The research question would be, what is the role of sustainable green energy transition on prosumers, that is prosumers, producers and consumers, and how can socio-economic factors moderate the effect? We've got three objectives there, which are to investigate the role of producers on sustainable green energy transition, and to analyze the impact of sustainable green energy transition on consumers, and also to examine the socio-economic factors as the moderator. The research framework: green energy transition is the independent variable, and the dependent variable will be prosumers, and socio-economic factors would be the moderating variable. I've got citations there of papers that were used to prepare this abstract. I won't go through each one of them, they are all listed there. And the research methodology, Saunders Research Onion was used to prepare this. The philosophy is pragmatism, which will look at the practicality and multiple viewpoints. Both objective and subjective views will be looked at. And the approach will be deductive and inductive. The strategies will be the survey and grounded theory, and it will be quantitative and qualitative, both approaches. The time horizon cross-sectional, it will be a point in time, it will not take the observation over a longer period of time. The design will be mixed methods with convergent designs. Both will be analyzed and the results collated. And the data collection will be questionnaires and semi-structured interviews. The questionnaires will either be web-based or physical, depending on the availability of the population that is going to be sampled. The data analysis, SPSS for the quantitative, and thematic analysis for the qualitative. The research will be done on municipal electricity utilities in South Africa. And the sample that will be selected will be engineers and technicians within the municipalities, 100, renewable energy experts, which will hopefully be from the Association of Electricity Utilities in the country, and also senior officials from the utilities. The sampling technique will be the probability, simple random for the quantitative data, and non-probability purposive technique for the qualitative. And what it's envisaged for the study to contribute, it's the suitable and unsuitable business models. That is the current business models that are being used and recommended business models that can be used with the green energy transition. The market share captured by prosumers and the effect of municipal revenues, because prosumers will obviously capture some market and might affect the sustainability of current business utilities, the municipal utilities. The capitalist development by prosumers that might disenfranchise non-prosumers, because prosumers will look at profits, whereas currently the municipalities are delivering it as a social service without looking at profits being subsidized by the government. Pricing and profiteering by prosumers from vulnerable consumers, as I've already indicated, we've got unequal societies. Inefficient, cumbersome and uninnovative electricity utilities, restrictions on the ability of utilities to borrow for infrastructure projects, and gaps in policies that are prevalent at the moment, and the diversification of energy mix within the utilities, and also the municipal involvement in distributed energy systems, and the recommended partnerships and the unbundling of the energy sectors. So the study will be limited to prosumer households, as already indicated. It will not deal with commercial and industrial prosumers. And there are several measures that are recommended for the municipalities that they can investigate to ensure that divergent communities are served within the current dispensation. And also the fact that municipalities can also recommend to the national sphere of government if there are any issues that they realize need to be addressed to deal with the green energy transition. And that is my presentation. I would like to appreciate Dr. Noor for the guidance and patience towards writing this abstract. Thank you.
We can ask a question, right? Muswat, I have a question. Just for the information's sake, can you, for a couple of minutes, give the audience an overview and an example of who a prosumer is? It's a combination of a producer and a consumer, right?
Yes, yes.
What does that entail? Who is a prosumer?
A prosumer is well, in this context, it's a household that will produce electricity mainly through the solar PVs, and also use that electricity for the daily needs. But if there is excess, then that excess might be fed through to the peer next door or to the localized grid, if there is any localized grid, microgrid, or any facility to assist the next door neighbor if the next door neighbor cannot capture the solar and produce electricity. So a prosumer produces electricity mainly using renewable energy sources and consume that for the daily needs of their energy needs. Yes.
Can I just ask, you talked of presumers, and your sample I saw that size you took about 100, and all of them were either engineers or someone to do with the people who are producing it. But I didn't see any sample of the consumers as part of it. And you're taking your quantitative data or qualitative data. Why is that?
It's because the subject of prosumerism is rather a new and not familiar concept with the majority of the populations around. And this study, it's meant to come up with ways of making sure that the rest of the population can be engaged to get into this. But I think as after this study, there might be a wider study that will include the population itself, like indicated.
Yes. I want to see if you see your research objectives and your sampling is just 100. How will you make sure that 100 sampling can give you an accurate data? Because if you see, and also the location is Africa, which is a country, not a specific place. So I see that the sampling is very less. I'm sure that 100 sampling will not give you the data to answer or to achieve your research objectives. And second, if it is an abstract, I found it's a very detailed research, not a paper, but a thesis. So if it's an extended abstract, so you could keep it very, brief. So how will you make sure that 100 data will give you an accurate data? Even in your techniques, you are applying interviews and also questionnaire.
Thanks for that presentation. But the challenge that you may have is, what is your problem? What is the problem statement you want to address? And then the other challenge that has been asked is that you are saying that household. So how are you going to select the population? How do you know that I have solar? What sort of strategy are you going to use for you to have a target population, and then so that you can have a sample size which now resonate to the people who are using solar? Thank you.
I think the study itself indicates evidence from municipal electricity utilities in South Africa. And to access the representatives from the whole country. I must indicate that my background is in electrical engineering. I was a head of electricity utility in one of the municipalities in South Africa, and also being a vice president of the Association of Electricity Utilities in the country. So this association is active, and I've got access to the leadership there, so we can get, say, a person or two persons that are relevant within the utilities throughout the whole country, and we'll be able to get information from them to see what is the state of the green energy transition in the area. So that will not be a problem to access that data.
I did have a question. It seems to me that with the rolling blackouts in South Africa, you have challenges that are administrative in terms of the organization. You have history. You understand the municipalities throughout South Africa. That seems like a much more immediately relevant, solution to find. Why do you have blackouts if you're investing the money and you've developed the organization? So it seems that on the implementation side of it, it seems like that's the focus rather than on households. Like would it be better to look at the administration, the organization, the government side before you look at households? Because without the infrastructure, without the right systems in place, it doesn't matter what green transition you have for households. Does that make sense?
Yes, it makes sense. It's exactly what we are going through. What we call load shedding at the moment, where power is intentionally switched off for certain hours throughout in a day, almost on a daily basis. We experience that, and there are so many causes of that we are trying to grapple with that to ensure that we mitigate those things.
Thank you, That was really a thought-provoking presentation, and I guess that it was properly concluding the theme of today. However, we now have Ms. Nambula with another presentation on sustainability theme, and we would like to invite her with us.
Great. Thank you so very much for having me. So I am Nambula from Namibia in Southern Africa. So we can get started with that presentation, please. Thank you. So my research is still under investigation, still to be done. In fact, this is the first stage because I'm a first-year student for DBA. So the investigation will focus on the impact of green marketing in nurturing a competitive and sustainable ecosystem, focusing on transport and logistics industry in Namibia. So we can move on. So 3 objectives have been established. Oh, yes, you did mention that, but somebody else can do it. So 3 objectives have been established for this study. So the study will investigate the impact of green marketing in nurturing, obviously, as the title, and then identify opportunities and challenges for green marketing in the state sector, and then to provide guidelines in crafting and application of green marketing strategies towards corresponding with nurturing a competitive and sustainable environment. Which leads us to the main research question, which is, what is the role of green marketing in achieving a competitive and sustainable ecosystem in transport and logistics industry in Namibia? Next. So this is the research setting in terms of the framework that has been established. So at the moment, I'm still at the first stage. of this study. So, which is the planning, definitions, and market gap recognition. So far, thanks a lot to the team of Exeed College. I have identified the topic, as you have seen, but there's still a lot of literature review that I still need to go through just to make sure that everything is in order. The topic has been selected, as well as hypothesis formulation, method identification, as well as design, but yeah, I am at that stage at the moment. So once that is completed, I'll then move on to the field-based stage, which is your data collection and analysis. Before then, obviously, the paper can be concluded. Thank you. So the philosophy, basically, what I have identified is to utilize exploratory research, which is mainly qualitative focus, but it will be supported by quantitative, because that will have to be there. And then the hypothesis, obviously, HO, green marketing does not influence competitive and sustainable ecosystem, and that H1, green marketing has an impact, a positive impact in nurturing competitive and sustainable ecosystem in transport and logistics industry. The approach, it will be by appointment, because I'll be working with organizations, businesses in transport and logistics, which is quite vast, so it will also have to be categorized. By appointment, face-to-face interviews, and application of ethical consideration, as has been also pointed out during the discussions. The strategy, yes, exploratory research, data collection, and the management process, having a process basically that will guide as to how everything needs to be done to ensure that things are in order and ethical. Something, because I'm working with organizations, and I'm also targeting 2 regions in Namibia, the coastal area, as well as the capital city Denton, so that's Walvis Bay, Swakopmund, and then Walvis Bay, because that's where most of the logistics and transportation activities are taking place. So thinking of judgmental sampling, which is non-probability, and then, yeah, coding the businesses based on the different areas that they are in. And then the instrument by questionnaire, administered face-to-face, and yeah. So most of this still working on, but it looks like so far it is in order. So data analysis, thematic analysis, supported also by quantitative in a way, but yeah, that is what will be guiding the research. Yes. So the findings, I'm hoping, it's to support the argument as well as recommendations to be used as guidelines, and then to foster practices, compliances, and commitment with integrated green marketing initiatives, such as your eco-innovation, production, distribution, consumption, and corporate social responsibility actions. Significance, hopefully it will be valuable to Namibia, the SADC countries as well, Southern African Development Communities, and a foundation and contribution to existing facts, a source of resource to achieving sustainable eco-efficiency and socio-economic development, which is all part of your SDGs. And flow of information, transformation, point of reference, especially now with the focus on achieving the global 2030, hopefully helping us to be a competitive and sustainable country at the end of the day. Yeah. So conclusion is basically just trying to drive proactive green marketing, research strategies, application and management, which will help to drive and nurture eco-innovation, consumption, sustainable and competitive ecosystem. So the limitations is basically restricted to the capital city. It is a big region, commerce region, as well as Erongo region, which is the coastal part of Namibia. And then the recommendations, once the study is done, obviously workable recommendations will also be provided in that regard. Thank you.
We're now open for the questions, in case anyone has. Yes, please.
Hi, it was an amazing presentation.
Hi, my name is Sinan. Hello everyone. It was an amazing presentation. Namibia is one of my future targets, covering from Dubai. I'm in road and construction business, so logistics also plays a part there. understand if there are, you mentioned about the coastal regions and the capital that you will be also studying in. Is there already a transportation line covering from the coastal to the capital, not in terms of the road logistics? Because road you can also cover, like, let's say oil and gas businesses are there, alright. You have temperature concerns, you have chemical concerns. Then you have the e-commerce business, which is just packed items. So are you studying on just one aspect of it or the entirety?
Thank you so much. So yes, definitely we are blessed to have different forms of transportation in Namibia. So we have road, which has taken the bigger market size. I believe it's more than 70% at the moment of the truckers. But then we also have rail. I'm working for Transnamib. It's a state-owned enterprise. So we have a very small market share because it's government and the truckers. They're mainly private entities, and most of them are South Africans because we are linked to South Africa, so but they're very competitive. So it's road, and that's why it will be categorized. Even doing the interviews, it will be categorized, targeting the different transport and logistics. So if you look at your Walvis Bay, for example, because that's a big hub for Namibia, and then you also have the corridor groups such as Walvis Bay corridor group, so all those will have to participate in the study. So you have a lot of logistic entities that contribute to transport and logistics. So definitely rail, road, those are the key players. Air, not that much, but yeah, as I go forward with the research, one will get to understand what to do. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you so much, Sivan. And just a minute, we have Dr. Robert who has a question. Then we move.
Sorry, thanks. It's a good presentation.
Sorry, it's a good presentation as well as a good area, especially in Namibia. I'm not sure the framework. I saw where you said conduct interviews, but I did not see the issue of questionnaire because there is an exploratory right where you have your qual versus part. I did not see. Do you have it on your framework?
Yeah, it will be questionnaire based. I think yes,
you need to
I did
Oh.
to say questionnaires. I will be yeah. If you just go again. Questionnaire administered face to face.
Okay, no, I thought the actual diet should be.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Okay, thanks.
But it's still a work in progress because.
And then you need to sort out the population later on.
Yes.
And the sample size, like someone has said. Because it's not there.
Yeah, thank you. It's a great presentation, and the first one as well. I want to just suggest, I don't have a question. When we are researchers, we are so excited. We start with so many big, topics and lots of objectives. But there is a time when we are reaching and we are not actually achieving what we are looking for. Like in your limitations, you say that you will visit 60 organizations and you will interview people. And even you have not mentioned in your limitation. That's the biggest limitation. Yeah. You will need lots of resources.
No.
Yeah, so it's a great work and best of luck.
Yeah, no, you're 100% right. So basically, at this point, I've also approached the Walvis Bay Corridor Group as well as Namibian German Institute for Logistics for data. Okay, I've received data from Namibian German Logistics Institute for Logistics, but then the data, because it's duplication, so I still need to go through the data to make sure that I do not duplicate the organizations because it's not really in order, so I still need to do all that work.
Hi, my name is Deepak. I'm also a student with Exeed, and I don't have a question on the methodology as I'm learning myself at this stage. But this green marketing as the topic you have chosen, it's more like an industry agnostic, right? And it's not specific to transport, logistics, can be applicable to other areas as well. In your research, whatever stage you are in right now, did you get a chance to look into some of the best practices or learnings which have been already applied using the green marketing in other industries or maybe in the same as transport and logistics? which you possibly want to, not reinvent, rather use in your study and see if that can help conclude the outcomes? Yeah.
Yes, right. So thankfully, most of the things start with marketing. I mean, we are here because of marketing, so marketing can be applied anywhere. So it's definitely a subject that is applicable in any field of study, and definitely in transport and logistics, because if we understanding this, logistics is actually entrenched in marketing within the marketing mix. So if you look at the marketing mix, you have your service or product, then you have your promotion, which is why we are here, is through that promotion, the awareness and whatever have you. And then you have your pricing, but then you have your distribution, which is all transport and logistics, following that process of the right of logistics, basically, and the C's of logistics. So it's very much related. You cannot separate one from the other, because for me to deliver a service or product, you need transport and logistics. So, but it can be applied in any field of study.
Yeah.
But because I'm still, as I said, this is the initial stage, so I haven't done much studies into it, or nothing much has really been done to it, so I'm still acquiring the information that will help me then put my study together.
I'll just take a minute of yours. Green marketing, what do you understand by it?
Can you use a mic, please?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, green marketing basically is any green subject. It's all about sustainability. It's all about nurturing life today for the benefits of the future, basically. So everything that we have to do have to be sustainable. Whether it's producing a service or product, it has to be eco-friendly. Promotion, it has to be sustainable. Distribution has to be sustainable, and that's where transport and logistics comes through. The pricing has to be sustainable, and it's through the entire value chain. So all the way from the producers, the one who is growing, let's say, if it's farming, or the one who is producing, whether it's whatever material, it must be green through that value chain to the end consumer, and then return back again with the feedback. So hopefully that makes sense.
Yes, thanks. Can I just, based on what people said and your answer to it, see, I mean, this topic is vast, green marketing, but you're a single resource. So normally when you're doing your research work, you'll have to concentrate to specific requirement, for example, green in logistics. Now in your literature, you may find a lot of relevance in terms of applications elsewhere. Something relevant here to your research question or your research objective, you should of course focus on that. But as I think Safi was also saying, don't try and expand it too much. You're not trying to go into too many areas, because you're a single resource. So it's better to restrict yourself to those specific objectives, which are very specific, to do your final research. Like I said, something relevant in another field, in your literature, and you feel it's going to be relevant here, definitely you can bring it up.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's an interesting study. And just a comment on the methodology. I'm suggesting just giving a view that maybe your study is a mixed methodology, but maybe you can study quantitative, because I see you are focusing on detailed scale, then you go to qualitative. How about if you do e-form, rather than going to those people face to face, it will take your time really, it will consume your time. So if you can do e-form, and then you stick with emails, it will shorten. Then you just do open-ended questions in your question, then you will leave it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Angela. I do get the excitement. I see that everyone is completely into the research work, but I'm really sorry to announce this again, that we will have to restrict the questions to 2. You will have time during the lunch break. The researchers are not going anywhere. Maybe we can have the discussions, because these discussions will go on. They know they're ready for it. So let's try and network there instead of discussing it here. I'm really sorry, but it is also important to give confidence to the other researchers out here. So next in line is Mr. Brian, who's also presenting on the theme of sustainability. And this is the last paper in the theme of sustainability. Over to you.
Good day, everyone. I'm Brian Charles, and I come from a small island, Mauritius, with a small demographic population. So I see a smile on your face, so I invite you to come. So we are a population of about 1.3 million people, very, very few people. And I'm a graduate of MBA from the UCAM University through the Exeed College. So for more than 25 years, I've been in the food processing industry. So I've been doing directorship, shareholders, and also giving coaching for expertise in the food management and food processing industries. And before I move to the slides, so I would like to ask one question to everyone, because everybody are asking questions. I'd like to ask one question now. So I like also, Dr. Machura, that you talk about the sustainability and AI also, and everybody. So thank you very much. It's really a blessing, and to have you among us also. And I would like to ask a question about how many of you knows about the percentage of food wastage in the world? Maybe if this triggered your mind someday, or maybe today, or maybe you learn something new, I don't know. But if you know, you can answer. But if you don't know, I give you the answer. So I don't
It will be
want
more
you
than
to take
70%.
the percentage of the food waste
It is
in the
more
world.
than 70%.
Food waste based on what?
Total global food waste, that food waste and food loss that we produce on this earth. Okay, and yeah, what is the percentage? Do you have an idea about it?
70, it is above 70 only. It is 70%.
65% of food produced is.
Okay, so let's go fast. According to the FAO, so the Food Agricultural Organizations, all what we produce on this earth, we lost about 1/3 of it. Yes. Yeah. So we lost about 1/3. So this is an issue, and it remains a priority concern to all age group, gender, and generations to come. And we are all in the same boat. So nobody can escape this problem. And today we are also consumers. When we open our fridge and we see things that have been leftovers, you know, today we eat and there are some leftovers somewhere, and this is also becoming a great concern for everybody today. So my main motivation to start this pilot study on Mauritius is by virtue of my passion to the food sector, which I believe have an important role into the country's progress. And this research is a pilot study, not a full-scale research. So the title of my study is The Impact of Demographic Factors on Consumer Attitude Towards Food Wastage in Mauritius. The demographic factors plays a vital role on the consumer behavior with regards to the subject itself. The way consumers behave is a major concern, and I speak to myself first. So I'm still learning, and we are learning together, and this subject triggers me every day when I wake up, even in the family, even I talk to my wife and to my kids also. So we are thinking further about it, because we know so many places in the world. They are not easily to access with food, and people are dying also. But at the other hand of on this planet, we see a lot of wastage. So this makes us to think twice. So let's look at the keywords and the problem. The keywords are the food wastage, the consumer attitude, the demographics, and Mauritius itself. So food wastage poses a significant economic, environmental, and social challenges globally. In Mauritius, like in many other countries, food wastage has become a pressing concern. As I mentioned earlier, so we are all and everyone concerned about the food wastage itself. It's not only results in substantial economic losses, but also exacerbates resources scarcity and environmental degradation. Even after the multiple attempts of raising awareness or teaching people about the environment, making a lot of publicity, awareness, and government are investing a lot in that, so the issue is still resolving. So hence, it gives an opening and an opportunity to learn more about the factors of consumer attitude and look out for major reasons contributing to it. Let's look at the question itself. The main question that this research is trying to answer are the demographics, gender, and age of Mauritians a major factor that contributes and impacts the attitude toward food wastage in Mauritius? And as I mentioned, we are facing also a Z generation today, and even I have also my daughter facing the same challenges. And how are these newcomers and even the older generations think about this subject itself? How do we tackle this problem? As I said, it's a pilot project. It's not really a complete one, but we are still learning and improving and finding the right way, the right path, how to go through it. Which strategies can help in positive changes of consumer attitude leading to reduction of food wastage in Mauritius? The research objectives and hypotheses, of course, it's a pilot testing that I'm doing just to know. Is it the age of people that leads to food wastage, or is it different genders thinking differently towards food wastage, or what is the root cause? I took the demographic factors. The conceptual framework in this study came from literature review that I have studied, and I found people were more focused on age than gender. So this time I tried and tested the gender itself. So I have read the literatures, reviewed, and have presented them as visual, as you can see. I will not go into details because of time constraint. These images were some of the resources I used to identify the main factors. So we have the main factors: environmental factors, purchasing behavior, food preparation, influence of expiry date. So the dependent variables I use is the consumer's attitude, and the independent one is the nature of the products and wastage. So the methodology applied is a theoretical outlook through a literature readings. We have the problem identification, the major factors identification, a deductive into a questionnaire design, a data collection through simple random sampling, a data analysis, and conclusion and future scope of research. So the research outlook We see the philosophy, for example, to add more details on a pressing issue and adding statistical and objective data. And the approach is a deductive approach. A fact is being deducted from the variable factors and concept. And the sampling method, it's for better, quicker research survey is sent as many people as possible randomly without preconception. Even if the data was evaluated, these are descriptive results. I will not go through the details. So even if the data was evaluated to be reliable, it is still not generalized. Regarding the inferential statistics, the lowest portion that we receive is the 0.05 with word generators in ANOVA. So I have to conclude quickly. I know that all learners are not familiar with statistics and interpretations. It is a collaborative effort of myself and Dr. Reka, who has taken care of the statistic figures as the data came from myself as the first author of this study. So she used ANOVA as a written on top of the table to display the statistics. Of course, as a pilot study, there are some more limitations. So the conclusion, we jump quickly to the conclusion. So through the statistical test, it can be reported that people in Mauritius are aware of various negative consequences on food wastage and practice the strategy to reduce food waste at all costs. A core factor determining the consumer attitude towards food wastage is not demographic factors. Rather, it could be the other factors or reasons which should be identified to curb the food wastage in the regions. So we have the recommendation on the constant awareness, enhance collaboration, and encourage the development and adoption of sustainable practices within the food industry. Our future scope of the research has been a contributing factor in limiting the demographic profile as a factor. And the food wastage is a global problem, and hence it is crucial to constantly study and identify factors that are leading to this situation to come up with some of our best practices. So these are the references I have been used, and down here you will see also a link for Mauritius also, the Bogan project. And I would like to thank you for your attention. I know I have been over by 2 minutes, and I will have to return the chair. If you have any question or comments or proposal, please do not hesitate to come and see me after. I know you have only 2 questions only. I will be there, I will be sitting here, so if you have any question or you want comments, and I will also appreciate your contribution, how you could also help me to go through and to go deeper in this study and to make it a whole and complete project. Thank you very much.
Hi, Brian. Here. I have a question here. So for the demographic profiles, you have only considered gender and age. So why you have particularly considered gender and age and not other demographic factors like income, education, maybe ethnicity? Because when you have concluded that demographic profiles are not the contributing factor for this, but maybe it is. It totally depends on the other factors as well, which you have not assessed and concluded that demographic profile is not the reason of.
So maybe, thank you. Maybe I did not mention it, but I included into the survey the demographic regarding also the income, the household, and education level, and ages and everything. Yeah. Thank you for your comments.
Hi, Brian.
Hello.
I have a question. I would just move away from the research and theoretical bit. I'm just curious, you've been a practitioner for 25 years.
In the food
processing? In the food processing industry in Mauritius.
Yes.
As a practitioner, without, in your experience, you can also call that research, right? Over this time, what factors would you outline as that impact consumer attitudes towards food wastage. They didn't have any relevance to your research. The factors that you've experienced, and then you did research on that, right?
Yes. So, thank you for this. So, yeah, there's a lot of factors that I've been facing during my career also. So, one of the factors also is the food wastage itself. So, when it comes to the environment, so the impact on the environment and the way we discard the product, and as you know, Mauritius also are involved in the hospitality, a lot of hotels, industry, and tourists. So this also becomes, in the long run, an issue. And that's why I have been also inspired to go through this study and to connect it to my field also, and to go deeper in this research. Thank you very much. I will be there and we can talk. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Brian. And quickly moving forward, I would like to invite Mr. Meher. This time we are moving away from the theme of sustainability. We're now coming to the theme of human resource and the culture. So here you go.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for the introduction. Thanks for the panelists to share their wisdom with us. Thanks for all of the people here around us. I don't have that clicker, so I will not be able to present anything today. Brian took the clicker. Okay, it's an opportunity for me now to run the study that I wanted to do, but sustainability, AI, innovation, that's been the themes of this meeting. Actually, here I'm not away that much from it, because there is a factor in between all of those, was the human being, the people, it's you. So it's all of us. We are the factor that will make the world sustainable, that will make the world more innovative, and will apply the AI. So the topic here is about the challenges in attracting and retaining talented employees in micro and small organizations. And I've started a study. I took a sample, a very small sample, and I said, what do you like to work on? Small, micro, medium, large. And what happened, no one selected the micro and the small. And maybe if I run it now across here, how many of you would like to work in the micro? Maybe I would do the same thing. It's not attractive to work in micro and small organizations. And that raised the question. And this study is done in collaboration with Dr. Noor here. So the whole thing started from a story a few years back. One of my friends who are working in large enterprise, it's 100 kilometers away from his house. And his compensations were normal. And he was suffering so much of traveling back and forth. Between friends, we found him another job, which is 5 minutes away from his house. And the compensation is better. And told him, go to that company, they will give you a better offer. He went there, and what happened at the end, he rejected the offer. I was shocked, and I asked him, why did you reject the offer? He said, this new company is a very small company. I'm concerned about job security. So job security was his first thing. And it's not provided very well in the micro and small companies. That was the issue. So that's how I came to this research. And here I'm focusing on the micro and small size enterprises. Because of the importance of them, they contribute a lot to the GDP. That's extremely important thing. And the number of them is increasing in Saudi Arabia. The reason for that, they receive a lot of support from the government. So, however, the challenge is the talent. So, top talent prefer to join larger enterprises. That's the thing that, and the question that I have, what are the challenges faced? And what are the strategies needed by micro and small enterprises to be able to tackle that issue? So the objective understanding, to understand those challenges, to provide framework to address those challenges and to identify or to come up with strategies of how to tackle them. It's going to be a qualitative, exploratory research study. The data will be collected through interviews, and the reason for that, it's not only numbers, but we would like to go to the feelings of the people, the way they think about it, the opinions behind it. It's needed badly in order to be able to get it. Challenges of attracting and retaining talent will provide understanding of the issue. So if I, through the interviews, if I come up with those opinions, I will be able to understand it and to be able to come up with the way forward of how to do it. The data analysis, it will be thematic type of analysis, the relations between different factors. And it's going to be grounded theory, definitely ethical considerations is extremely important here. Some of the people might share their opinions, maybe, and that's something to be sure of. And additional thing is to remove the bias, especially from my side. So hopefully, at the end, we will provide the framework of how to tackle that aspect. It will be an interpretism type of study. It's exploratory. We are interested in opinions and experience. And definitely there is a lack of enough literature in that area within Saudi Arabia. So the data hopefully will help in creating the understanding and the theory behind it. It's mono-method. It's based on interviews. It's cross-sectional. However, yes, I'm saying here it's cross-sectional, but even longitudinal type of studies also can provide another insight. But it's very difficult to do it here. The interviews will be between 6 to 10 questions, open questions, 20 participants from HR-related people and from potential talent in order to be able to get an understanding from different perspectives. So some of the things that I found out of the literature review and out of the talking to people informally. Competing with large enterprises is very difficult in the compensation side. And that's an issue faced by micro and small organizations. In addition to that, having a robust structure on the small micro is very difficult. Most of them, they don't have a very robust structure of how to do it. And the strategies, comprehensive strategies, the branding, how would they brand themselves, it's not there. However, found that there are things that micro and small organizations that they can compete very well, which is developing and fostering healthy corporate cultures. It's easier to introduce it, to build it, to strengthen it within small organizations than large organizations. The work-life balance, it's easier and they can compete on that. Job security, they can work hard in order to improve that aspect and they will compete on it. And related to the innovation that we talked about, it's, if you look at the innovation around the world, the successful, they started small. That's how they become. It's the innovation, the creativity aspect that micro and small organizations can foster. So, found recommendations out of those. That's of course, that's initial. That's just from what I saw, but hopefully it will be strengthened more as I progress in the research. It's in 4 dimensions: strategy, culture, structure, and benefits. And in the strategy, the vision, direction, and brand should think about it very well. In the culture, transparency, diversity, and equal opportunities. That's something that they can compete very well in. And the structure, definitely roles, responsibilities need to be defined very well. Robust structure of the organization need to be done very well. Growth opportunities need to be given to the employees, and accurate performance measures. The benefits, job security, compensation flexibility, those are some of the benefits that can be provided. And the young generations will definitely value the flexibility aspect. However, there are some limitations definitely, and some of those limitations is the sample size, for sure. That's a limitation, but because of it's a qualitative interviews, it becomes very difficult to work on and really to get hundreds of people. It's cross-sectional, and I think just if I raise a question here, if I do the interview before the COVID-19 and same interviews during COVID-19 and after COVID-19, I assure you the results will be different. It's just because of one incident. Just imagine the incidents that happen over time. So somehow the time factor or the time dimension is extremely important to think about. Here also there is another factor, which is the individual characteristics. Some of the people, they like by themselves, regardless of what the organization is doing. But this research, we are focusing only on the organization side. And the diversity of the samples, the more the people diverse, the better, definitely. And complex issue with many factors. That's what I'm trying to tackle here. And that's the end. Thank you so much. And it's open for questions.
Thank you, it's an amazing presentation. See, one thing which is very important, sampling that you say it's a limitation. You should at least have an acceptable sampling. Then you can always say sampling is always a limitation for any research. Because 20 will never give you the outcome with what your title is. You have to choose a bigger numbers. Second, you should also specify the industry. Because a small, medium industry, which industry? Maybe the challenges may be different. It depends on the industry, so you have to change that. And the instrument, because in the research, I have seen many people. A student has done 3 years of research, and he collected the data also through an instrument. And when applied those data to generate the result, it was absolutely incorrect data generated by the instrument. So, because you are also applying open-ending questions and interviews and all that, it will be very difficult. And even also that's a very large scale. So I think you have to be very specific, and you have to increase the number of your sampling, and also you need to specify your industry and also a city, specific city, because if you will not do that, you won't get what actually you are looking for. Thank you so much.
Yeah, very, very great comments. Thank you so much. And actually, just to share with you, just to elaborate here, there was one person that I asked him, which type of enterprise that you like, small, micro? He said, I don't like to work. So it's really bad. Anyhow, thank you so much. Yes.
Yeah, thank you. This is actually a very good topic. Actually, in my study, I did micro lenders and small businesses. As you have said that actually they are the engine of any economy. They drive the economy. So, like what Dr. was saying, only 20 will not be representative. Okay. So I would advise you change it to mixed methods, where you have 2 of them. Probably you start with quantitative, because you're going to, and then the focus on, like you said, which industry are you focusing on, or sector? And then you give them a questionnaire, and then you maybe follow up with what? With some interviews. And then it moves to the strata, where you have different groups. You interview the owners of the business themselves, and then the employees. Yes. Then you can come up with a Very good, very good.
Very good. Thank you so much.
Thank you, panelists, and thank you, Mr. Meher. Next on the dais is Ms. Varsha, who is also presenting in the theme of human resource.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, panelists, and Exeedians. It's a great pleasure to be selected among the presenters of the symposium. Okay, just I have a look before you see my. Oh, okay. Okay, before I state my theme, just to have a look at the audience in the room, we can see that there is a mix of ladies and gentlemen, 50-50. But just, there's a question. Do we have women the same opportunity to grow in a business, to grow to the management level? It's the same opportunity as men to have? And do we, as foreigners, have the same opportunity in other country to be at both levels? That's what my theme, is the role of social diversity in enhancing organizational performance. My study is limited to the financial services sector in Mauritius. And why is it so? In fact, traditionally, the board members in my country are limited to male. It is male dominated. And because of the structure of the companies, they were also family oriented. Okay? Even if 50.6% of the population is female, even if Mauritius is diverse in terms of ethnicities, in terms of religions, culture, and beliefs. And according to Statistics Mauritius, 10.4% of the women population are head of businesses. Only 10.4%. While 22.1% of women population who have tertiary education, they are unemployed. So for me, this theme is personal for me, and to make a study on this. Okay, I have a 15-year experience in the financial services sector, and my focus is on this sector because it contributes around 11.8% of economic growth. It is a leading sector in terms of regulations, in terms of prospects for professionals to grow to higher level. What else it should? My theme is on social diversity, so I'm limited to where the women and the foreign professionals can go. Do they have the opportunity in my country go to the chief position, like I'm saying chief executive officers, chief investment officers, chief operating officers? The purpose of this research, it's ongoing. So the purpose of my research is to assess the role of women and foreign professionals in the financial services sector, among the financial services companies which are listed companies in Mauritius. What are their role on the board? What are their role in the management of companies? And are they contributing to the organization performance? My hypothesis is that there is scarce opportunity and there's no evidence that the minority group is contributing to the performance. Okay? My methodology, I will focus on the 7 listed financial services sector in Mauritius. Like you can see, it is MCB, SPM, SIM Financial Services, MUR, Swan, ABC Banking. And as my research is on assessing the performance, so it will be a quantitative method. My focus will be on the models will be to estimate the relationship between the women leadership, their skills, the contribution on the board and at the management level on the performance of these companies. I will analyze the 10-year performance of these companies and what are the innovations, what are the strategies of these companies who have on board these women have done this over the 10 years. I will also collect data from the annual reports because the key financial indicators are there and on the website. The secondary data will be from a focus survey. Why is it so? In fact, there are 2 institutions in Mauritius, namely the Board of Good and the Mauritius Institute of Directors. These are composed of directors, male, female, and also aspiring directors. This survey will, because I'm limited to 7 companies only, so I have a board of directors of these 7 companies for 10 years. It's very limited. So I will top up from the focus survey to find out whether there are other aspiring directors who have the same professional backgrounds, experience, leadership skills, but they're unable to be part of the board levels of these companies. Okay. And I want to evaluate also the divergence in leadership skills and the objectives of these candidates surveyed. So, like I said, it's an ongoing research, so there are no concluding results yet. And what I have to find out, I want to find out when we analyze organization performance, I will limit myself to some key performance indicators because the performance of an organization is very broad. And for me, I'm a research person in the background, analysis person. I've been 15 years in the research and investment field. So my focus will be on the dividend payout, on the debt to equity ratio, so how these companies taking debt, the debt level, return on asset, return on equity, profit growth, and revenue growth. Also, like I said before, I will assess the development, the progress of these companies in terms of technology and digitalization, in terms of innovative strategy, their CSR and regional expansion. My research will aim whether there is an empirical evidence that the social diversity in the financial services company in Mauritius tend to have positive effect on the organization performance. And because I believe that the gender diversity in senior and executive position is compelling. Everyone's talking about this. Better corporate structure, women leadership, but according to what I observe, there's a disproportionately they're failing to attain higher level, perhaps because of the glass ceiling problem, because of we have a structure in Mauritius, it's different. So I want to find out whether the plausible causes of this gender gap and to discuss what's obstructing with women and foreign professionals from reaching higher levels in these companies. Of course, I do not have any tables, charts, and graphs to show because it's an ongoing research, but I will, from what my intention is to find across a time period horizon to find out whether there is a trend. So in terms of the tables and graphs, we'll have it. And I will make a comparison. So my recommendation why I'm doing this is it's a novel approach. I've read a lot of literature review from different pulse articles like the upper echelon theory, which suggested that there's a relationship between women directors and the firm performance, and their skills must be different. There's a business case for women to go to the management level and on board level. So for me, my research will have a positive impact on the policymakers of the country, on the regulators, on the practitioners, and may improve our understanding where's the gap and understanding of the implication of this subject. Okay, thank you.
I did have a question. Great presentation, by the way. I had a question about the fact that the global pandemic, for instance, you spoke about the family orientation of the culture, and that perhaps because of the kids being at home and not at school, would there be external factors, environmental factors that came along 2020 to 2022, you mentioned these last 2 years, part of that study, that drive a particular direction in terms of your results that don't reflect pre-pandemic? I didn't know if that would be a factor as well.
Yes, because of the structure of the country. Even if I take longer period, perhaps for me it will not be, I will not get the findings correctly. So that's why I've limited myself to 10 years. And further research, perhaps it will take a lot of much time to finalize the research, and perhaps I will get more findings. And like my government marshals just said in the budget, they want at least 25% of the women at the board level. So perhaps over time I will get more findings about this.
Just one question, Rasha. I saw that you talked about your collection of data through reports and through websites, which is all secondary data. I am not clear about your methodology or the methods you're going to use in terms of primary data collection, quantitative, qualitative. How are you going to collect that? Or are you not collecting it at all?
No, I thought that my primary data will be from this because my focus also is about the organizational performance. So it's quantitative, and on above of this, it will be on the surveys. So for the time being, I'm limited by the data, by the methods I'm using.
But you will be collecting through the quantitative data, is it?
Yes. Yes, it's a working paper.
Thank you, Ms. Workshop. Quickly moving forward, we are almost coming to an end to our presentation session. We have Ms. Voipillo, who also has her presentation on the theme of human resource.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Wipero Mwalusi Omiat, and I come from Botswana. So today I am honored to be here to present to you a research paper, which is actually a pilot research that I have done on the topic of impact of leadership styles on organizational performance and sustainable growth of financial sector and African context. It is worth noting that the research topic is a bit generic. So here I wanted to have an understanding of the different leadership styles that exist. But then as we go along, I then focused on two leadership styles, being transformational leadership as well as transactional leadership styles. So here we have the key words that we are looking at is leadership, transformational leaders, transactional leaders, organizational performance, and the financial sector. And as I have mentioned, transformational leadership and transactional leadership would be the focus areas of this research or of the study. It is still being developed. There's a learning that is still going on. And before the paper is published, we have to go through more work to try and discover and try to find the research. Okay, so over the 20 years that I have been working, most of which have been in the financial sector, I have observed that there are some fluctuations in terms of organizational behavior and, again, organizational performance. These fluctuations were either on the negative side, where the organizational behavior was really not on the positive side, and then organizational performance also was either dipping or going up. And that fluctuation has been associated to different factors, right? We have people talking about the economic downfall, for instance, and there's some research that is done on the fluctuations caused by economic downfall, as well as in the COVID time, we saw people talking about the impact of COVID on organizational performance. So I wanted to have an understanding. I did this research so that I can understand whether there's a relationship between leadership style and organizational performance, which is, again, an area that was not coming out clear in terms of whether there's that relationship between leadership and organizational performance. So I wanted to conduct this research so that we see if the organizational performance, since we want to see organizations in the financial sector in Africa doing well, having that conducted will help organizations in that sector to improve their performance. I came up with two research objectives. And the first objective really is to have a broader understanding of the leadership styles that exist out there, and see if there's any linkage or any relationship with organizational performance in the financial sector in Africa. And then I also want to understand the two variables that we have selected, looking at transformational leadership and transactional leadership styles, and then relating that to organizational performance. And the research questions are there. The first one being, what are some of the main variables of transformational and transactional leadership styles that link with organizational performance, as well as how do leadership styles relate with organizational performance in the financial sector of Africa. What is the impact of leadership styles on organizational performance in the financial sector of Africa? So in order to unpack this topic and get a broader understanding, I came up with a conceptual framework that looks at the two leadership styles, transformational leadership style and transactional leadership style, and trying to see if there's any linkage with organizational performance. And then I looked at some articles. Of course, to have that understanding, I reviewed the literature, and this is some of the literature that touched on the same topic. It was from reviewing that literature that I then got to understand the characteristics of each leadership style, as that was going to be very important for me. I used the characteristics of transformation leadership style and transactional leadership style to develop a questionnaire that was used for the study. So based on the research question that seeks to assess if there's a relationship between two variables, I then did an evaluative design, used the deductive methods. I came up with quantitative research in the form of a survey, then which was sent out to 50 participants. And out of the 50 participants, I received responses from 41 participants. That was now doing the random sampling. Then I did correlation and regression analysis on that. So, after collecting the data, from the data that is collected, I then did two tests. One was a reliability test. That was to test if the data that was collected was reliable enough to be used in the study. I then did a regression analysis to check if the variables that were set can be related. And from those two tests, I noticed that the results show that the data that we got was reliable, and there is a correlation between my variables, organizational leadership style and organizational performance. So from these results, again, I got to learn that transformational leadership style is more correlated to organizational performance than the transactional leadership style. So in conclusion, in the financial sector in Africa, we have learned that both the transformational leadership style and transactional leadership styles are mainly used. But the transformational leadership style is more correlated to organizational performance than the transactional leadership style. This research, of course, has limitations, and we want to then say, in this research, I focused on one research method being the quantitative research. It would be beneficial to continue the research, as this is work in progress, by looking at mixed methods, both qualitative and quantitative, to get more insights. And at the same time, it would be helpful if the leadership in the said can also look at the culture aspect of it. So future scope can use mixed methods. I would like to end it here. These are some of the references that were used, and I thank you. I am happy to take questions.
So, yeah. Hi, Purple. A nice presentation. I was going to suggest you to use mixed to substantiate this, but then you mentioned that in the your recommendations. I'm assuming this was your MBA.
No, I'm doing doctorate in management.
So this full paper, you just developed this full paper?
Yes, I developed a full paper, or pilot paper. It's still work in progress. Okay. It will be finished now.
All right, good. No, I have a suggestion because it's just a recommendation that your second and third research questions are mostly interpretive in nature, about leadership styles. So you could substantiate it with semi-structured interviews, set of interviews, so that you get the interpretive nature of leadership. Your first question is positivistic because that can be quantified. You're looking at variables which can be quantified, A, B, C, D. You look at a different kind of styles. You might want to consider an interpretivistic nature, about asking people on. It also depends on people's perception, of leadership, right? So this is just a suggestion, but I just want to find out what is a key outcome of transactional style in the African context. So what did you observe as a key outcome of transactional style?
Okay, meaning what are the characteristics?
Just out of my curiosity. I mean, you mentioned about transformational outcome, but for transactional, what was the key outcome? Transactional is more of a mechanistic kind of a leadership style, right? So what did you observe as a key outcome?
Okay, thank you for that question. So when you look at transactional leadership style, we are looking at leadership style where the leader influences their followers by giving directions, instructions, basically not empowering the team or motivating the team. All they're interested in is they give some rewards to the team members with the hope that the team will work hard to be able to get to the result, the rewards that are being offered by the leader.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I'm looking at your study title, and I'm looking at your methodology. Just an input. You mentioned the impact of leadership on organizational performance, sustainable growth of financial, and an African context. In African context, I believe I was hoping to see you mentioned many countries in Africa. Maybe when you talk about settings, I didn't get the settings of your study. Secondly, I got lost when you said your objective is transactional and transformational. I'm looking at your title. So I think on your objectives, maybe you can modify it a bit. The sampling size was 50 people, and I was hoping as you speak about African context, you can look at different diversity in Africa. What are the leadership between we have a leader and a manager? But this one is more Western transactional and transformational. So I'm just suggesting you look at your objective, and I'm looking at the aim of your study. I always give the title and the aim should to communicate. That's all I can say.
Thank you for that comment. Yes, so in terms of sampling, I did look at other African countries, not only where I sit in Botswana, but the survey was sent out to other countries as well across the African region. And I have noted your recommendations, and we'll have a look at, as I said, this is still work in progress. It cannot be published until certain feedback is incorporated, and then the research will be refined and be ready to be published. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that presentation and interesting discussion. The last learner to present today is Mr. Basel. We are now done with the theme of human resource, and this is an interesting theme about consumer behavior. So let's have him on the dais before we conclude this phase.
Thank you. Hi, good afternoon. Myself, Basim Mustafa. I'm currently pursuing my MBA in New Cambridge University with Exeed. Before I start, let me start by guessing that 90% of people sitting in this room have at least one active account in social media platform. Am I right, isn't it?
100%.
100%. I think he has more than one. So we want. Social media marketing is so influential that companies have started investing in it, not only to convey their information, but also to catch the customer, attract the customer, not only the inside customer in the market, but also outside the market. The social media is so powerful that one word you say becomes a big buzz. In recent uses, you have seen that Meta has introduced threads, which are killing the charms of the Twitter, right? So when the social media initiated, there were many pros and cons it had, not only for the organization, but also for the consumers. So I thought I had a motivation to do a study on this, and my research on analyzing the effect of social media marketing on consumer behavior in UAE. Why? So social media marketing, you know, there have been many research done on social media marketing and consumer behavior. But there are only very few studies done on UAE. Even though UAE contributes 29.5% growth on social media marketing engagement every year, which is huge, like 29.5% every year. So I thought it's crucial to study about not only social media marketing and consumer, but also make an analysis study on the UAE market. With that, I have my objectives to read and understand the aspect of social media marketing through literature review, and also make a study and analyze the consumers in UAE to know the interlink, the impact and influence that social media marketing has on the consumer behavior in UAE. And through that, I have my research questions, which is what is social media marketing, some of the aspects that interlinks with the consumer behavior, and how does social media marketing interlink with consumer behavior. Through that, I get, with all these research objectives, I get from my analysis, I get some thoughts and key points. With that, I'm also utilizing those factors to make some recommendations for social media marketing so that they can improve their methods to attract the consumer behavior. Moving on, these are some of the literature review I utilized thanks to Exeed College. I used their profile to get some literature review. I utilized these for getting my conceptual framework. My conceptual framework included social media marketing factors that helped and that interlink with consumer behavior. Example, ease of use, matching of expectation of the consumer, advantage campaign, suggestion for purchase, and ease of communication and entertainment factors social media. When it comes to consumer behavior, there are some factors like checking reviews, relying on the influencers, being involved with the brand, with the campaigns, and high brand values and comparing brand values. And everyone compares the brand, right? We have specific brands and we search for brands, right? Like, so those factors are there for consumer behavior that interlinks with social media. And even though UAE market has been a big factor in engaging in social media comparing other countries. There are only very few studies done on the UAE market, especially in this field. So there's a huge scope for it. And also social media marketing has been influencing the UAE youth. Like if you see anywhere, UAE youth, Snapchat or Instagram, everything, they are purchasing everything through online. No one's even depending on retail anymore. Not anymore. So I think it is also, there's a huge scope for study on this field also. And as I said before, there are many studies done on social media marketing, consumer behavior, but most of them were qualitative, just literature, just theoretical basis. There are room for quantitative as well, as I did. So my methods were easy, evaluated design. I used mono-quantitative. My methods were quantitative. I used survey, and it's a single method. And I used deductive approach. I used my literature review. So I used structured questionnaires. I included a Likert scale for my questionnaire for both social media marketing as well as for consumer behavior. Well, for analysis, I utilized SPSS to get my analysis done. My target sample was 120, but the actual response I got was 116 nearby. Here you can see this is my descriptive analysis I did. So when it comes to descriptive analysis, you can, as I'm not going through all of this, just to mention that I got from the descriptive analysis that most of the response I had, they are utilizing social media marketing for their purchase mostly. So when it comes to inferential analysis, this is the major findings of my study. As you can see on the reliability statistics, both of the variables, social media marketing as well as consumer behavior, is more than 80%, with 0.825 and 817 respectively, which shows that the data I required and acquired through my analysis is reliable and valid more than 80%. To judge the relationship between social media marketing and consumer behavior in UAE, I did a correlation analysis which came to be 0.7666. As you can see on the board, 0.766, which conveys that 76% of relationship is found between these two variables. And my null hypothesis was there is no significant impact of social media marketing on the consumer behavior. But when you look at the significant value, it came out to be 0.00, which rejects my null hypothesis, and it came out to be success that social media marketing, yes, has an impact on consumer behavior, and it's a positive impact to be creative. With that, I achieved my objectives and my aim, but my sample size was small, right? 116. I don't think it's a big sample size because UAE is being a big nation, even though it contributes to literature, but it's just a small sample size. And also, I also need to mention that when I went to the response, I also saw there's an inclination of social media marketing to attract consumer behavior in UAE. But there are also only few factors I could mention in my study, like buying behavior, purchase behavior. But there are also some other factors of consumer behavior, including consumer cognition, affection. Like affection, you have a perfect brand. For example, Zara. Like many people are affected to Zara. Many people are affected to LG. Like affection, you have affection. Those came from campaigns. Those came from advertisement. And cognition, that cognition you have for a brand. Those have to be further studied as well. And from that, we have achieved there is an impact. How to improve it? Social media marketing needs to attract the customer by improving their feedback methods, right? And also, Doctor mentioned before in the slides, AI. AI is a huge factor that's recently convened in our community itself. So I think social media marketing should involve in it, utilize it to communicate with customers, to utilize to develop their content delivery, and yeah, that would be perfect for them. But also, we can see there are vast numbers of companies and brands in the social media marketing itself, which are like many of them are receiving spam itself, right? Many spam, many fake news. I think social media marketing should standardize their methods, standardize the brand, reduce them, keeping it low, like standard brands. So what happens is people bring trust, they have trust, they improve the consumer behavior, And yeah, that would be perfect for consumer behavior to be attractive for social media marketing. And here are some of my references that I use for my study, and I would like to thank again Exeed College for the library I utilized. And thank you, and I'm open now for any questions. And also to mention, I'm taking some part of your post to Dr. Rega for helping me in the project. Thank you.
Yeah, just a question again on your methodology, I guess. See, talking about consumer behavior, but then you're only telling that I want to do quantitative analysis, which is fine. But don't you think behavior is more intrinsic in terms of emotions, feelings? So don't you think a qualitative analysis will be helpful in that case? That's the first part. And the second part is, since you're doing the quantitative analysis, and you showed us some figures also over there, and you said the sample size is limited. If the sample size is limited, your margin of error is going to increase a lot. And I think it reflected in your null hypothesis that you showed, which was showing 0.000. Now, because I think your sample size is very low, because you can reject a null hypothesis, that is fine, if it's less than 0.05. But I think because of this using purely quantitative and not qualitative, and then having a very less sample size, won't it affect your kind of accuracy in terms of your research work?
You're absolutely right. It would affect, and it would make a huge error. But as I said before, lack of time, I could only acquire 116. But I tried my best. But in future, if I'm doing a research, I'm trying also to do, to get more consumers, to get more responses, and also, yeah.
Very small question.
Sure.
How do you define and measure effect? How do you define and measure effect?
What do you mean by measure effect?
Because you say analyzing the effect of social media. So how you define that effect?
So the effect was...
And how do you measure?
Okay. So the measurement was, the effect that was analyzed in the study was influential and impact. So I haven't shown my my questionnaires totally here, but the questionnaires also included how they influence. Let me take you to the last part. Can you please see the slide, please?
Yes.
Perfect. Appreciate it. Go to the recommendation part. Conclusions. Yes. Okay. So the aim of the study, impact and post-evaluation, right? So in the study, when I did my reliability test, it came to be positive, not negative, right? So it's a positive impact, so it's influencing, right? The customers are influenced, so that's how it comes to be an influence.
The question which he was asking, that how can you measure the effect? So for measuring, you can mention that attracted them to purchase. So this is how you can measure the effect, that ultimately consumers purchased. That is their behavior, that they are purchasing after the social media influence.
Okay, so I have measured is, as I said before, Likert scale.
Yeah.
Likert scale was given, and to the Likert scale, there's a strong agree, most agree, and
Levels of agreement.
as you can see there, strongly agree, social media easy to use, strongly agree, market advantage, strongly agree. More than 44 consumers in 116 I have agreed. Most of them are above 15 40. That's how I scaled as influence.
They have agreed to?
Agreed to the basis that they are influenced.
No, they have agreed to what?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They are agreed to, and they are getting advantage campaign. They agree that they are influenced by the suggestion on the purchase. They are easy for communication, and they entertain and serve long time.
And they are finally making a purchase.
Yes. Anyone else? Oh, fine.
I guess Basul wanted some more discussion, so that was enough food for thought. Now I think we move
to food for soul. Thank you so much, presenters, and thank you so much, all the attendees. I hope that our research scholars here got some insights about different themes. You all were great. Thank you, panelists, for sparing out time and listening to our panelists. A special thanks to the learners who asked questions that was definitely very encouraging for all the other attendees as well. With the end to this segment, we now move towards our lunch break. I would want to communicate a few points for the lunch break arrangement. First of the hall would be the panelists. So the students would have to wait till the panelists leave the banquet. There's a special arrangement for the lunch break in the restaurants. Our ushers would be guiding you towards that. So we request you to please not be seated in the banquet. Please ensure that you return by 2:45 p.m. because there are some interesting awards and the faculty members also presenting. So I'm sure that you would like to listen it from the real-time researchers. Okay, so faculties, please be ready. There are some questions coming along. This time is purely an opportunity to network and discuss. So please, researchers, be ready. Everyone is going to come to you and ask for tips, I'm sure. So you can utilize the time to network with each other. We have all sets of students here, doctorate and masters, and of course to discuss with the panelists. Please be sure that your ID cards are not removed because we need to keep a check who's from our side of the team. So please make sure that you keep your ID card on even while having lunch. Thank you, enjoy your lunch break, and we will be waiting for you at 2:45 p.m. sharp.
Today I'm graduating from Exeed, and my favourite thing about Exeed College has been the diverse and flexible nature of the lectures.
After completing my Cash Level 3 program from Exeed College, I got MOE approval and my school promoted me as a team leader of a school.
My MBA journey was started at 2021 when I was really thinking about my career growth. Then I found Exeed College, who were giving a platform for working professionals.
Working, being a mom, and having a business is not easy, but Exeed made it so much easier.
So that drove me into doing this MBA in Energy and Sustainability, which brought me up to Exeed College.
It's very convenient, especially for a working professional like myself.
I recommend each and every one of you to make it to Exeed College.
Extremely beneficial for all the young teachers.
They have very comfortable studying resources. I must say, my time with Exeed College has been phenomenal.
Finally, we've done it with the help of the Exeed College.
some of the most common barriers in student retention in online learning? And what are the strategies that can be designed to overcome the barriers and improve the student retention rate? An exploratory research design will be utilized to identify the barriers and explore its relevance within the region of the UAE. The research will be based on a pragmatism philosophy, where the data will be gathered based on a quantitative questionnaires first, followed by a qualitative approach of structured interviews. It will use an inductive approach, as I intend to develop new theories as well as formulate a new framework. In addition, the initial phase of the research is based on a literature review. So in the initial analysis, we will use the views of various authors and the models designed by scholars in the field. And the articles in the last 2 decades have been taken into consideration to highlight the findings and barriers. And based on these literature sources, a framework will be proposed to gather first-hand data at later stages of the research. A brief overview on the literature. Researchers from the last 2 decades have carried out studies focusing on a concept of persistence rates and success rates. Persistence is a complex phenomenon which, for the purpose of the study, is described as a constellation of factors that lead to a completion of an online course. Now, the results of previous studies on student attrition have led to the development of theoretical models that seek to explain the relationship between identified variables and the decision of students to either continue or withdraw from academic programs. Tinto in 1975 proposed the student integration model. That's the first figure up there. That sought to explain that the factors that contribute to student attrition of traditional resident students in higher education is widely regarded due to several factors that contribute to student dropouts. Academic difficulties, the inability to resolve educational and occupational goals, and the failure to integrate into the intellectual and social life of the institution. The second model, the student attrition model, was proposed by Bean and Metzner in 1985, in which they argued against Tinto 1975 with their proposition that the pillars of the model is less linked to internal institutional factors and more likely associated with external factors, which include academic achievements, demographic, cultural, as well as socioeconomic characteristics of the individual. More recent studies have included Rovai 2003, one on the bottom left corner, which built on both Tinto and Bean and Metzner's model, and the results of his research study focused on a proposition of the composite model. And his aim was to specifically address retention in online learning. And he identified relevant factors which can influence students' persistence, and he differentiated these further into student characteristics and student skills. Student characteristics included gender, age, level of intellectual development, and previous academic achievements. As well as factors after admission are divided into external and internal factors. External factors such as personal finance, work commitments, as well as family responsibilities. And internal factors such as self-esteem, learning habits, and social cohesion. However, Park and Choi felt that the model that was proposed by Rovai was not based on an empirical study. And due to the lack of empirical evidence, they felt that their model demonstrated that students' background characteristics influence internal and external characteristics. And this can have an impact on the decision of learners to either drop out or persist in online learning. This conceptual framework for the study is based on a reorganization and an expansion of the previously discussed models. It includes pre-admission, controllable and uncontrollable factors, and post-admission, controllable factors and uncontrollable factors, as a classification to aid institutions to identify the factors that have the potential to reduce student dropout rates. The expansion proposed and utilized in this work will help clarify the factors leading to students' drop-off or persistent decisions in online learning environment. Further to this literature review has crucially identified that the sample populations that have been selected in these studies are limited and cannot be used as a generalization. However, the models and the studies provide a good base, which we will use in identifying some of the common factors which can be tested in the online university population of the United Arab Emirates. And this will allow us for generalization due to the proposed sample population. In summary, the initial phase of the research has shown that there are some common barriers that hamper student retention in online degree programs. These include first-time e-learners, date of completion of last degree, prior research knowledge, learning skills, inherent traits of procrastination with students, and by gaining insights into these barriers further, a practical strategic framework can be designed to overcome the barriers and maintain enrollment rates in these programs. Thank you.
In case there are some recommendations, of course, we would like to hear from Dr. Robert, right?
I was getting away there, I was smiling. No, it's fine, go for it, Dr. Robert.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. Listen, that's a very good area, and this is what I actually did on, I don't know what is it? Okay, so I'm saying this is actually a very good area that we can actually use at Exeed. I actually did it on my second master's. If not you exact, but everyone, if you just Google Robert P. Machera, student throughput. So I was looking into student throughput because we had also some challenges in terms of students who were failing in one of our programs. The program was franchising from UK, and the students were failing. So, but what I would recommend is that probably bring in the issue of qualitative as well. Mine was interactive qualitative analysis, which came up with some, technical way of coming up with a framework. So if you include qualitative, that would be also very good, and it will be a very good framework for us and even other universities that are on. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Anish. And no matter what we say, there's always a scope of improvement. So yes, thank you, Dr. Robert, for shedding some light on that. Moving forward, we have a very special presentation. I'm sure that her students know her and are eagerly waiting that when will she come on the dais, because she's been guiding us throughout. It is Dr. Noor Nisa who's coming on the dais next. She's a faculty and a course leader at Exeed College. Over to you, Dr. Noor.
Thank you, Dr. Lekha. Hello everyone. I'm here to present my paper which was published. Yeah. So the topic is role of organizational politics in implied work-related attitudes and implied creativity. So the purpose of this study is to shed light on organizational politics and how it affects implied work-related attitudes, more specifically in education sector. In universities, faculties are busy in dirty politics rather than paying more attention towards education of their towards facilitating students for their educational purposes. Similarly, in universities, politics is considered as a negative element since the ultimate victim of this politics will be students. So interestingly, the idea of politics and the perception of politics is more important than the reality, which is being done in the organization. So the study concluded that in the organization, when there is a more politics, there will be negative impact of employee creativity and employee changes their attitude towards the job as well. So the study concluded some significant analysis which revealed there is a positive impact, there is an impact of employee attitudes as an outcome of organizational politics. Now what politics is? It is referred to the complex mixture of power, behavioral interest in the organization. So when there will be more politics in the organization, it negatively impacts on employee attitude. So there is another definition of politics. When employees are working for their own interest rather than the organizational interest, and also do not care about employees working over there, that is also indicating political behavior at workplace. And then there is an impact of that politics to employee creativity. And how we define employee creativity, it is a development of novel ideas and applicable ideas. So it is also understood when employees are not given with the conducive environment, they will never up with creative ideas. And they immediately changes their behavior towards the work they are performing in the organization. So job attitudes are defined as the set of evaluation about individuals' feelings, beliefs and attachment of one's job. And that is again strongly available in the literature, that when there will be a political environment, people believe that their rights are being threatened within organization, they do not perform well, and they again ultimately changes their behavior towards their workplace. The recent study conducted by Ramley in 2016 examined the influence of organization politics on job attitude, and the result shows these constructs have negative relationship. And also one study conducted by Deba et al. 2019, which also stressed that politics increases the stress level and reduces the job attitude. So these are the literature found, and on the basis of this literature, these hypotheses were created. Organization politics has a negative relationship with job attitude. Organization politics has a negative relationship with employee creativity as well. So in order to conduct this study, this methodology was used. Quantitative research with primary quantitative data. Population was the faculty working in the university in Pakistan. Sampling was the random sampling. 100 respondents were taken into consideration while collecting data. So it was again a piloting study towards my main study. So only 100 faculty members were considered for the data collection. The unit of analysis were the universities, 3 public universities in Pakistan. The instrument development, 3 constructs are being used in this research. Organizational politics, work-related attitudes, and employee creativity. So to order these 3 constructs, the 3 different instruments were used against liquor distilling. Data collected through questionnaire, because that was the COVID period. There was different social media were used to collect the data, Facebook, LinkedIn, Instagram. Through that, people were approached to get the data done. Time horizon, it was a cross-sectional study. Data analysis was done with the help of SPSS software, and these are some tests were performed. For demographic, there was the descriptive analysis done, and then frequency for demographic again, and then regression, correlation, reliability test. These were some basic tests were done to conclude the result. This is the demographic information. In demographic, age, gender, and qualification were taken. Reliability test of 3 of the constructs that were used. Regression analysis and the correlation analysis. Correlation is saying there is a relationship of organization politics on job-related attitudes and employee creativity. Likewise, regression is telling us the strength. There was a very less strength found, but still there was an impact. Since it was done in public universities, politics is still high, but due to number of the benefits they are getting from public universities, they are still not changing, or they are not trying to leave the organization. So still their work attitude is not being moderated by the organization politics. They are still performing well because of other reasons that I just came to know, that they believe when their managers are involved in politics, they are giving even more benefit to the group in which they are working. So they are trying to become, they are trying to become more efficient in that particular group. But my study was only to identify that if there is a politics, whether it changes their job attitudes, are they being creative at workplace or not. So the finding, there is a negative relationship of politics on employee attitude, there is a negative relationship of politics on employee creativity. Conclusion, politics is an antecedent of adverse job-related attitudes and has an adverse effect on politics and job-related attitudes. Organizations should monitor political activities, ensure fair and equitable, transparent accountability mechanism should be devised and implemented treatment for all the employees. Likewise, there are some limitations as well. There is a limited scope, sample size, issue of generalizability. When there is a less sample, the generalizability of issue will be there. When there is more options or the more sample size, we can generalize the finding from one organization to another organization as well. The more variables such as job performance, productivity, employee mental health, well-being can be studied in order to comprehensively assess the negative effect of politics. Yeah, thank you. Is there any question? Any question? Yeah, I can answer the question if there is any question.
I think you should conduct the study in the context of Exeed College.
Yes, this is what I was planning.
So one thing that we learned from Dr. Noor is that yes, I'm planning to do that. So we take the suggestions positively. Thank you, Dr. Noor, for sharing a beautiful presentation out there. Next in line is another very important and a senior faculty at Exeed College, the one who's been teaching the teachers how to teach. Let's hear it from Ms. Shaknoza.
Great. Hello everyone, ladies and gentlemen. It's nice to see you all, and thank you for welcoming me. Very warm welcome. So, we have been discussing the topics of sustainability, innovation, AI, but if we talk about the root cause of most of these challenges that we're facing, I think we can all agree that most of the challenges we face date back or go back to the education system and the challenges that arise from them. That's why the topic that I'll be presenting today is definitely related to education. And some of the questions, like how do we best educate our learners? What are the contributing factors to the systems, to education systems that function effectively are like million-dollar questions. Nobody has a final or exact answers to these questions. But I'll try to shed a light on that through the concept of teacher autonomy. And I'd like to start my presentation with a quote by Andreas Schleicher, who is the head of educational skills at OECD, one of my favorite education researchers, who said that the quality of education system cannot exceed the quality of its teachers. The topic is curriculum designers, a critical analysis of the concept of teacher autonomy in the Finnish schooling system. So as Andreas Schleicher said, no education system in the world, whatever is effective, cannot exceed the quality of its teachers. And what are those factors that contribute to teacher effectiveness, teacher motivation, teacher commitment, and performance? One of those factors is identified through educational research is teacher autonomy. Teacher autonomy is an integral part of teachers' professional identity, and in most cases it's directly related to better student outcome, performance, and achievement on the grounds of increased job satisfaction, commitment, and motivation. Teacher autonomy has been a very debated and controversial topic in public and educational discourse. And there has been a lot of research covering this topic as well. Conceptualizing teacher autonomy itself, it has been associated with self-directedness, taking independent decisions, and freedom from external control. Teacher autonomy is also perceived to be freedom to use one's own judgment and reasoning, otherwise known as professional discretion. Looking at the evolution of education systems, teacher autonomy is a future of input regimes which resonate with German and European continental curriculum tradition of didactique, which focuses on teachers as civil servants who hold high decision-making power and subject to almost no outside control, as opposed to outcome-based regime in Anglo-American countries based on the principles of accountability and regulatory regimes. Finland has been one of exemplary countries in terms of its high educational attainment and student performance in such tests as PISA and TIMSS, which are currently considered to be benchmarks, international benchmarks to rate education systems around the world. And they have been ranking in top 10 countries around the world since the beginning of the 21st century. That's how there is a huge spike of interest in Finnish schooling and education system in terms of how did they manage to achieve such effectiveness and keep the bar in scoring high in those international benchmark tests. And it has been found in educational research that teacher autonomy is very high and teacher professionalism is ranked very high in Finnish schooling system, where teachers enjoy immense source of trust by parents, by community, and by schools overall. So that's how I arrived on this topic. We can all agree that dating back to the 1970s, with the introduction of Thatcherism and neoliberal policies, the last few decades of intensive school reform, including what we call unavoidable adoption of new liberal policies and new public management in the global education policy space, immensely impacted teaching profession. Such neoliberal policies have posed a great threat to teacher autonomy, which have brought to trust erosion and degradation of teaching profession. Nevertheless, Finnish teachers' high degree of autonomy, ensured by the absence of external control and surveillance systems, has been an outstanding exception and immune to policy epidemic that has been going on around the world. Which has brought me to the aim of analyzing teacher autonomy in the context of Finnish education system from public policy perspective as a contributing factor to Finnish education success, leading to research question and objectives as you see there. So the methodology that I employed was of interpretivism philosophy, and I employed qualitative content analysis by conducting a systematic critical literature review. You can see some of the criteria based on which I chose the articles, that is studies and literature review pieces like peer-reviewed journal articles, policy documents, and book chapters to be included in my study. And I arrived at some interesting findings, as the aim says, and the title itself says, it's a critical analysis, so I looked at both aspects of teacher autonomy in Finnish schooling system. So two factors are there that contribute a lot to why there is this high level of teacher autonomy in Finland and not in other countries. First of all, we can date it back to the curriculum reforms that go back to 1970s. Interestingly, 1970s, if you look at the international politics and public sector reform, correlates with, as I said, neoliberalism and neoliberal policies, where Margaret Thatcher and Ronald Reagan introduced the idea of new public management, where there was more privatization and freedom, but at the same time, this freedom and privatization and marketization came with being more subject to accountability and regulatory regimes, which has spread over the field of education as well. So yes, education system has been privatized and marketized. At the same time, it was subject to a lot of external control and austerity regimes. But in the Finnish context, in the 1970s, that marked the beginning of the national core curriculum, where it was subject to new public management and new liberal policies. But as the time went along, in the 1983, a Basic Education Act was adopted with an introduction of new curriculum in 1985, which marked the beginning of teacher autonomy with decentralized agenda, and direction set for teacher autonomy. More decision-making power was granted to local municipalities, a practice which continued until the 1990s, where in 1994, new curriculum reform was enacted, which marked a paradigm shift from fairly strict accountability regime to high level of autonomy local authorities, schools, and teachers had in formulating the curriculum and overall in making schooling decisions, which is, compared to other countries, it's a huge surprise. It's a shock because at the same time when other countries were going through those accountability regimes, Finland was actually moving towards teacher autonomy, and more autonomy in decision-making power was given to teachers. That's why the teacher's role shifted from being a curriculum implementer to curriculum designer, where teachers were co-creators of educational policy, which makes a lot of sense because if you look at the education policies around the world, why do they fail? Why do they keep failing? Like the FCER reform, which was introduced in Vietnam, because Vietnam started ranking high, and at the same time government introduced new policy in 2013, which failed because policy implementation was not from the perspective of people, frontline workers like teachers who are involved in everyday teaching. They were designed and adopted by the top hierarchy, those who are not actually involved in teaching and everyday classroom practices. The next factor that contributes to teacher autonomy is the climate of trust, as well as teacher preparation and education programs in Finland. Unlike other countries, the requirements to be a teacher in Finland are very high. You have to have a 5-year master's degree, and you have to conduct research on a topic that is related to educational theory and practice, which you don't see in many countries, because the requirements are of course rising, but compared to Finland, they are not that high. That's why, because there is a good teacher preparation and education program in Finland, there is a high level of trust by community, teachers, and parents as well. However, there are some challenges and unintended consequences of teacher autonomy as well, where some studies were conducted in schools like Ritaharju and Simpele, where teacher autonomy was researched, where they found that some teachers hoped for more clarity and guidance in implementing the curriculum in terms of covering the breadth or depth of knowledge in their classroom practices, and there was considerable evidence of uncertainty as well, which came with a more stress and burnout in certain cases. Because yes, you have the freedom as a teacher, but at the same time you have more responsibility as well, as you are given that trust by parents and community, as there are no formal assessments. Most of the assessments are done by teachers on an everyday basis. So these are some unintended consequences and challenges that were found in terms of implementing teacher autonomy in Finnish education system. Which brings me to the conclusion. My conclusion is in the form of questions, because I believe that social science is full of questions, and there is no final exact answer. You cannot just say that, yes, this is it. And teacher autonomy in itself is a very controversial topic. So the first question is, can we apply this model in other countries? When I started this research, I was still in the UK, so I was interested in the European system and Finnish system. But when I came to the Middle East, I realized that teacher autonomy is actually even more important topic here, because there is a lot of controversy and debate in terms of not having teacher autonomy. But as we looked at the unintended consequences of teacher autonomy, are teachers here ready to accept that kind of responsibility or not is the first question. Second is, can we apply this model in other contexts? Well, that depends on the cultural context, as Finland is a relatively homogeneous country with homogeneous culture. So context here is quite different. We is a melting pot, or Middle East for that matter is a melting pot, whereas a lot of different representatives from different cultures and nationalities. That's why copying and pasting the same model would require a lot of contextual differences and factors to be taken into account. Moreover, lately, Finnish scores have been going down when it comes to PISA assessment. That's why there has been a lot of public debate as well in terms of, should we go back to traditional teaching methods and less teacher autonomy, like in countries like China and Singapore, because they have been ranking high, so this is another question that needs to be addressed. Last but not least is the informal control that comes with more teacher autonomy. So when teachers are given more autonomy, they may be subject to informal control from parents. And I would like to address the point of AI here as well. Now we're working on the topic of AI in education with my colleagues, Ms. Poonam and Dr. Mar. So I think this is a huge potential in terms of research exploration and linking it to teacher autonomy. So the question of whether introducing AI will encourage more teacher autonomy in terms of questions like how teachers use AI in their lesson plans, in their assessment methods, or will it actually degrade teacher autonomy where they will be subject to even more control and regulation by the schools, by the school boards, municipalities, and so on. So these are open questions. I cannot offer answers to them as we're still researching that topic, but I think this will be a good ground for further exploration. So thank you. No questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Shaknoza. I'm sure that your research will be fruitful in the future as well. Moving to the last presentation of the day. They are our AI heroes. This is what I call them because they are coming from our very new branch where we are introducing data science and IT. I welcome Ms. Pyali and Ms. Rahima to present their paper.
Good evening, everyone. A very serious day. Welcome to all the research scholars. And you want to relax, right? Okay. One thing I can promise is I will take you in another 10 minutes to the height of more seriousness because I'm going to talk about disease and AI. And relaxation will be after that because this is the last show. Okay, so this is the title of the topic, an integrative approach to early predictions of chronic kidney disease, as I told. We'll be talking about disease and a predictive modeling study. So I'll explain you gradually what we have done in the entire research. I am Ms. Pyali Montel. I am the program leader and faculty at Exeed College. And after me, Ms. Rahima will also take you to the conclusion of the topic. Research question. Our research question was very obvious and very prevailing. What was that? The question is machine learning algorithm or AI will be able to predict the early onset of chronic kidney disease? If the answer is yes, how? Now, the keywords has been segmented into two different genres. One, the medical genre. Second is the AI genre. The keywords are blood glucose, blood urea, serum creatinine, blood pressure, specific gravity, and from the other genre is machine learning algorithm, specifically random forest. The research has been divided into 4 objectives. They form a circle. Starting from 1, we want to develop a software application where we can use the power of data analytics in order to provide insights into the early onset of chronic kidney disease known as CKD. In order to do that, second objective, gather and analyze data from the medical history of the patients and with those information to the third objective, create a training testing model using machine learning algorithm Concluding to the last one, that machine learning algorithm will be fed back to the original software applications so that normal people can use it in day-to-day basis. Let me introduce you to the topic in three steps. First is why CKD? Why chronic kidney disease? Why kidney disease? Kidney disease is found to be noticed at very later stage. Okay, it is often clubbed with other diseases. It is often being not exposed, and when it gets caught or when it gets predicted, it's almost in the later stage of the disease, from where recovery seems to be nearly impossible, or recovery is not fully recovery is possible. So that is why this is an area where research was needed. That's why it is chosen. Second step is to gather data. We have gathered data from hospitals through surveys and took 400 raw samples of data of patients, including their medical measurements which are quantitative measurements, obviously, and also lots and lots of image data in order to process through the machine learning algorithms. Now, the third point is how to, we have gathered data and we have also taken up the disease, that is CKD. Third point is to select the machine learning algorithm. Which machine learning algorithm we should select? Now, there are different approaches into that. The most popular approaches, many of us know by now we know that. One is supervised machine learning algorithm. Second is unsupervised. We took the approach of supervised machine learning algorithm, and we tested through different algorithms, and we found that one of them gives us the best reliable answers with best accuracy. The later part of this research will be presented by Ms. Rahima.
Thank you so much, Priyali. Hi everyone, my name is Rahima Jahangir, and I'm going to present the next and very important part of this research work, which is methodology. As medical data is very critical in a sense, you have very less to no chance of mistakes or wrong prediction, because it is related to health, more specifically your life. So the methodology we had for this particular data, which was gathered from a hospital of 400 people, specifically patients, we divided into 3 parts to process it. First one, because the data was raw, not properly cleaned, we had many outliers, we had many missing values, which cannot be processed further to build the model. So we first cleaned the data. The second step was exploratory data analysis to find out whether the data is reliable enough to use for further study or not. And for this particular purpose, we built one matrix. This is called confusion matrix. Many people know it as the heat map. Many people call it error matrix. There are different names for this specific matrix used for multiple studies. Why we used it to understand the correlation of different parameters which are given here, because these parameters were the most important ones to understand whether a patient has CKD or not. So, as you can see, the map is showing a very strong positive correlation between the parameter. How? The warmer colors are showing positive, and the warmer it gets, it becomes strong positive. The cooler colors are showing negative to very strong negative. So, After this correlation, we came to know that the variables or parameters we took for this study are having a strong positive relation, which leads us to the next step of the study, which was how can we actually build a model from it. So for that purpose, we divided the data into two parts of 80 to 20 ratio. 80 was the training model, 20 was the testing model. These are the 4 machine learning algorithms which we have applied: decision tree classifier, logistic regression, random forest classifier, and XGBoost. The question is why 4? As I have already said, the probability of getting the accuracy in medical data is very important, and it is 99%, so there are very less to no chance of getting wrong result. In that case, we applied 4 machine learning algorithms to get the closest to 99%, from which we analyze that among these 4, decision tree, logistic regression, XGBoost, and random forest model achieved 98.7% accuracy. How? Here is the result matrix we have right here. This is the training model, training set, the matrix and the result, where we set the precision, recall, F1 score, and the support accuracy among other parameters. I know these are some difficult terminologies if you come across the multiple topics you have presented today, but if I put it in simple terms, it means that when you compare our data based on different test models, like decision tree is something which take each and every data and compare it with the correct ones and then extract the result. Logistic regression, as it is self-explanatory, saying that we make the connection of dependent and independent variable and try to find the result out of it. The best one which I found during this whole process was XGBoost, where we take a model, we find the error, we improve. Multiple entries of improvement give us the best accuracy result. But eventually, the accuracy which we got, highest accuracy, was from random forest. And these are the very important parameters we found. So if anyone wants to know, we are here. That is our cell volume, gravity, specifically high blood pressure. So be careful about it. Now, after result, what are the social impact? As in her presentation, Ms. Victoria quoted that AI is not trying to take your jobs. Same thing I will also say. The purpose of making this project was not to take a doctor's job, that we can sit at our home and we can find the result and patients can check their own disease at their home on the cell phone. No, that was not the purpose. The purpose is to integrate the machine learning algorithm along with the medical field to make their life easy. So that if at some point we feel like that we are going through this stage, we can analyze and we can take all the necessary steps. The end result we have is an application which is not only serving the patients for the regular checkup and detection, as well as it is helping healthcare professionals, as I just said, to assist in identifying high-risk individuals for targeted and timely care. Like I mentioned before, the accuracy should be 99%, but in our result we are getting 98.7%, which is very close to the accurate one. And the probability of increasing the accuracy can be increased with the data. Our data was only 400 collected from the 400 patients. Accuracy rate will increase on the basis of data set you are collecting. So that was the set we have. Now this is one very simple application of the program we have created. As you can see from the animation, once the servers start, if you put the parameter values here, you can get the result whether you are having the disease or not. So please have a look. Thank you so much everyone for listening. I would request you to please have a look at it. Thank you.
Just one question, sorry. So I was reading somewhere that Google has also come up with this heart attacks they can now predict through the AI and things like that, and now you're saying the kidney. So my question is very simple, I get my medical test done every year and all that, and I go to those doctors in from here, belong to India to Delhi, so I get that done. So next time for my medical test, should I come to Dr. Rahima and Dr. Piali? Because you can give me without undergoing all this agony, because they sit in my office only, that's why I'm saying that. I don't have to go and travel all the way. I'll just come to these two doctors and can you give me that? Sorry.
We'll try our best to help, sir, but we suggest not to. As it's your health and we are just learning. It's a very tiny steps towards the end goal, which is to collaborate AI with medical. But it is very initial and baby step. Please don't rely on us. But I'm very thankful that you have this trust on us and you asked this question. We'll try to give this result maybe in next 2 years, Piali. Yeah, sure. Thank you so much. Any question?
Yeah, this is a very good area, but like you've said, this is something to do with human beings. For information, I also worked in, like what you said, I worked in different companies when I was in Zim. I actually worked for a dialysis unit, and I was the finance and admin manager there. So what I would suggest is you need to collaborate with the medical doctor, because this is a very ethical connotations. It was some ethical connotations. Yeah. So that's what my advice. Collaborate with the medical doctor. Thank you.
I would like to add a point to what Dr. Robert said. This is early prediction of chronic kidney disease. So we are not suggesting any medication. We are trying to predict that a normal human being, maybe me, maybe Dr. Vivek, I take a sample.
Yes, yes.
And I would like to predict might, will or will not. He has a tendency, or any other person has a tendency of developing chronic kidney disease in future or not. So it's a very early stage, and we would not recommend like that. So obviously doctors are required, but this is just an helping hand on the area of recognizing the disease. That's all.
Actually, Dr. Roberts is indirectly telling me, go to the doctor.
Maybe what? Just for a few minutes. What you can do is you can check with those research.
What happens in this kind of chronic disease, when it gets diagnosed at the later stage, we always regret that, oh, if this would have been recognized at a very early stage, the life would have been saved. So this is just a small contribution on that area.
Plus, yeah, thank you so much. And yeah, actually the data which we collected is exactly from, is gathered from the doctors, and it is, gathered on their consent, as they have helped us in collection of the data, which can be, we will work on it rigorously, and we'll try to be in the collaboration with the doctor to get the more accurate result and data. Yeah, not to risk anyone's life. So thank you so much, everyone.
Never sit at a corner in a symposium. I've tried all the time to ask questions, but I'm not seeing. This time I'm seeing. Do you plan to publish this paper? If yes, I'm speaking as a life scientist, you would need to get ethical clearance because of patient's data. What are your plans towards that? Thank you.
Yes, absolutely. Clearance is absolutely necessary. In legal grounds, we need to be clear. So the data collected from 40 different patients are only after the clearance from the medical practitioners and the patients. So that first check is already obviously been done, and then if we want to publish this paper, whatever additional clearances are being required, we'll obviously take a note of it, and our paper won't be getting published if we do not have all the clearances. Yes.
Thank you, Ms. Kyali and Ms. Rahima. You said that it would be a serious presentation, but I guess we had some fun. With the last presentation, I wish and pray that you never get that ill, neither Anand sir nor Vivek sir or anyone out here. Thank you so much, all the faculties and all the researchers, once again for the interesting presentation. As we come to an end to the presentations, I would take this opportunity to tell each one of you that I'm really, really proud and honored to be here. Because once I was on the other side of the dais and I used to feel that, oh, faculties, they take it a little easy. However, today I realized that no, it's not always that easy to manage, to see the researchers struggling with their research work. You've done great. Once again, a round of applause for each one of us for coming here, spending a Saturday together and enlightening each other, not just one person, but yes, everyone has enlightened each other. The last set of segment today is included of a very special message from Ms. Poonam, who's our Associate Dean of Teacher Education at Exeed College. May I please have the honor of having you here.
Are you all glad that my book is done now? Or no? Not sure. So are you all glad that this is the final segment of it? Or not so sure? But I'll not take much of your time. I'll begin with Caroline Lay's words, how little we know and how little it matters. How little we know, how much to discover. Who cares to define what chemistry is this? These are the words by Caroline Lay. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed faculty members, distinguished guests, and fellow researchers. A very good afternoon to all of you. In these rapidly evolving times, where the world faces numerous challenges and uncertainties, the role of research has never been more vital. Kudos to the Exeed team in bringing together experts, scholars, researchers, and offering such a dynamic platform, the Research Symposium 2023, to share and discuss the latest advancements, innovations, insights in business sustainability, and technology in education. As we mark the culmination of a collective pursuit of knowledge, innovation, discovery, exchange of ideas, forging meaningful connections, I'm honored to deliver this valedictory speech on behalf of all the passionate researchers who have contributed their precious time and their expertise to this symposium. Research serves as the foundation for progress and development in every field imaginable. It is through research that we expand our boundaries and knowledge, boundaries of knowledge, and unravel the mysteries of the universe and unlock new possibilities. In the face of complex global issues such as climate change, public health crisis, what a better time to talk about the public health crisis after the last presentation, technological advancements, and social inequalities, research acts as a guiding light, illuminating pathways towards solutions and transformation. Together, as we celebrate the culmination of our research symposium, it is essential to reflect upon the significance of research in the current times. In an era marked with rapid technological advancements, societal challenges, and ever-expanding knowledge, research has become more crucial. According to Phil Rosenberg, much of business thinking is shaped by delusions, errors of logic, exaggerated data, and flawed judgments that distorts our understanding. the most pervasive delusion is that when a company's sales and profits are up, people often conclude that it is a brilliant strategy of visionary leadership, capable employees, and a superb corporate culture. When the performance falters, they conclude that the strategy was wrong, the leader became arrogant, people were complacent, and culture stagnated. There is much to learn from some of the leading companies of its time, namely, Cisco Systems in the summer of 2000 was ranked number 2 behind General Electric, and by October of the same year, Cisco shares went sliding down, and similar was the case with Nokia, Kodak, and ABB. So there's much to learn from their experiences. Research serves as a bedrock of progression and innovation. It is through research that we begin to gain deeper understanding of the world around us, unravel the mysteries of nature, and develop solutions to complex problems that confront our society. In the face of global challenges, the research has the ability to foster critical thinking, creativity, intellectual curiosity. It encourages us to question assumptions, challenge existing paradigms, and explore uncharted territories. Through research, we not only expand the frontiers of knowledge, but also develop essential skills such as problem solving, data analysis, effective communication. These skills are not only valuable in academia, but also in various professional and personal endeavors. Let us remember that our research does not exist in vacuum. It is our responsibility to ensure that the knowledge we have gained and the solutions that we have proposed are disseminated to the wider world. Let us strive to bridge the gap between the academia and society, translating our research into practical applications that can bring about positive change. By doing so, we can truly make a difference and leave a lasting impact in the world around us. In conclusion, research has never been more vital than today. It is the catalyst for progress, the engine that drives innovation, and the compass that guides us through uncertainty. Let us embrace the importance of research in the current times and beyond. Let us continue to push the boundaries of knowledge, challenge conventions, and seek solutions to the pressing challenges that lie ahead. By doing so, we can collectively create a brighter future and a more promising future for all of us. Thank you, and may the spirit of research continue to inspire us individually and collectively. Until next time, see you.
Thank you, ma'am. That was really an inspiring valedictory, the true meaning of the message. We have to continue research. Now I would like to invite our VP of Admissions and Business, Dr. Bhavna Chawla, for a vote of thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Rekha. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished panelists and faculty members, esteemed participants and guests. On behalf of Exeed College, I stand before you today as the Vice President of Admissions to express our heartfelt gratitude and deliver a resounding vote of thanks for the successful culmination of the doctoral symposium event. First and foremost, I would like to extend our sincere appreciation to each and every one of you who participated in this symposium. Your active involvement, insightful presentations, and engaging discussions have made this event a truly enriching experience. Your dedication to research and your commitment to advancing knowledge in your respective fields have been truly inspiring. A special note of thanks goes to our esteemed panel of experts and keynote speakers who generously shared their expertise, wisdom, and invaluable insights with us. Your thought-provoking presentations and discussions have expanded our intellectual horizons and provided invaluable guidance to our doctoral students. I would also like to extend my profound appreciation to our exceptional faculty members for their invaluable mentorship and support provided to our doctoral students throughout their academic journeys. Your dedication to academic excellence and commitment to fostering a vibrant research culture has been instrumental in shaping the success of this symposium. I would also like to acknowledge the hard work and dedication of the organizing committee members and volunteers who worked tirelessly behind the scenes to ensure the smooth execution of the symposium. Your efforts and attention to detail and commitment to excellence have been commendable. We are also grateful to the management and administration of Exeed College for providing us with the necessary resources and support to organize this symposium. Your belief in the importance of research and academic growth has allowed us to create this platform for intellectual exchange and collaboration. Lastly, I sincerely thank all the participants for their active engagement and valuable contributions. Your presence and participation have made this symposium memorable and successful. Your commitment to pushing the boundaries of research and advancing knowledge is truly admirable. In conclusion, we are honored to have had the opportunity to organize the doctoral symposium and witness the exceptional work being done by our doctoral students and researchers. We hope this event has served as a catalyst for new collaborations, innovative ideas, and lifelong connections among the participants. Once again, our heartfelt thanks to everyone who has contributed to the success of this symposium. Your support and commitment have undoubtedly strengthened this research community, and we look forward to continued collaboration and growth in our academic endeavors. Thank you all, and may the spirit of inquiry and intellectual exploration continue to thrive. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much, ma'am. It was a vision that we had together, and we've been able to achieve it. So, the very last and the most awaited, I guess people are sticking to their seats to reach to this segment today, the certifications and awards. I would take a minute to tell you people that every day is a new learning, and it was taught to me by a very special person. It's good to face failure and learn now at an early stage than to be overconfident at times and mess things at the end where there's no coming back. So we are all learners, we are all the winners. Maybe, maybe not, you're taking the trophy, maybe you're not taking the trophy, but isn't it that spark that we have initiated in each one of us? So moving to the certifications, I would like to invite Professor Anand Adwalia to please give the participation certificates to our learners. These certifications are for the presenters. I would be taking your name and I would request you to please come forward. The first one on the list is Ms. Namvila. Can we please have the claps going on? Next is Mr. Samville. Thank you, sir. May I please request now Dr. Safi to come and honor the students. Next in the line is Mr. Brian. Mr. Meher. Ms. Varsha. on the stage and give the remaining certificates. Ms. Quatlo. And Mr. Basil. Thank you so much, Dr. Morgan. The next set of awards are for the best paper and the best presentation. For this research symposium, it was really tough for all the panelists to decide the best paper as well as the best presentation. As I said, each one of you had a different title, a different spark. First, we would like to invite Dr. Robert. And before I announce the name for the best paper, I would want to give a clarity on the decisions that were made. We did see the effort, that was 100 on 100 for everyone. We did see the title, we gave the marks on that. It was a panel discussion that we did, it was a moderation that we did. We then saw the clarity on the keywords. We saw the problem that the learner is trying to resolve. We saw the contribution that the learner is giving to the field of knowledge and to the field of practical education as well, because we know that doctorate is in applied research. Based on certain pointers, we were getting stuck over and over again, but one above the all came to our mind, and that is Ms. Namvila for the best paper. I know the excitement is large. Thank you, Dr. Robert, and congratulations, Ms. Namvila. Ms. Namvila has traveled all the way from Africa just to present her research paper here. You, along with other learners who've traveled down to Dubai, are a real example of research and the spark in it. Thank you so much. Now may I request Ms. Victoria to come on the stage and help us give the award for best presentation. Yes, this was equally tough. We all were hungry, I would say. So we were tired and the decision had to be done, but each one of you again were marked on certain points. Presentation to be one, 100 on 100 everyone. Everyone had a great presentation. There were other pointers like communication, the way you presented, the problem you tried to solve, the way you defended the questions of everyone. We know that it was a little tough, but every effort is worth it. After a lot of discussion, there was actually a confusion, but one above the all was Mr. Basil to back this up. Again, the excitement, you see? Thank you, Ms. Victoria, and congratulations, Basil. And thank you, everyone, once again, for joining us for the event today. This moment is very, very special for us because here we want to invite everyone out here for a group picture before we end the day and before we bid a goodbye till we meet again. So may I please request first the delegates to please come over. We are setting up some chairs and then we would invite every participant here for a group picture. So please be with us and stay back for the group photo.
May I please request all the participants to gather towards the dais because the group picture is with all the participants. Can you please gather near panelists? Can we please move towards this side? Yeah. Can we please move from my left to my right? We all have to be in the camera. Yes. And the ones that are behind and shorter, please move a little forward. Or the tall ones, just bend down. Once again, people on my left, can we please move to the right side? All the tall people, can we please request you to go towards the back? Please use your height for a better picture. Please go towards the back. For all the short-heighted people, we have arrangement of chairs if you would like to stand on it. At least now we see the smiles. We've been missing the smiles all this while. Anyone needs the chair? Anyone who's not sure I'm not coming in the picture, can we just say yes? The picture. I'll come, ma'am. Let's see the frame first.
Ready? Once more. On video also, please.
This just looks too good. Just keep it.
He will do the Photoshop. It's a video.
Please be happy.
Yeah, be happy.
Be happy, yeah. Be happy bunch.
Thank you.
Thank you.
What a beautiful activity in the
Just the last set of instructions.
Coffee, sir. Coffee. Certificate participation.
Okay, I just have a small announcement, everyone. Okay, can we please just the last set of announcement? I know you all are excited, but your participation certificates are available at the registration desk. Please take your participation certificates from the registration desk outside.